never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Police say the suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities say the suspect, identified as 72-year-old Hu Can Tran, opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration at a dance studio in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. Sheriff Robert Luna with Los Angeles County.
The weapon that we recovered at that second scene, I'm describing as a magazine-fed, semi-automatic assault pistol.
At least 10 others were wounded. The suspect was found dead Sunday from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Authorities noted there are no other outstanding suspects. A drive-by shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana has left at least 6 people wounded, including 4 children. The shooting took place on Sunday afternoon in a residential neighborhood. Police say someone drove down the street and opened fire on a house. The condition of the victims is not yet known. Classified documents have been an issue with President Biden and former President Trump. While it might not be the same circumstances, the public has said both have made mistakes.
When it comes to the American people, a majority strongly believe they both handled classified documents wrong. An ABC News Ipsos poll shows that 77% of Americans think former President Trump acted inappropriately, while 64% feel the same way about President Biden. And when that poll is broken down by party, the findings are to be expected, with 96% of Democrats taking issue with Trump's handling of the documents and 89% of Republicans saying the same thing about Biden. Both men are facing special counsel investigations appointed by the Justice Department. I'm John Schaefer.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered a high ankle sprain during Saturday's playoff win, ESPN reports. Mahomes, though, said following the game he plans to play in the AFC Championship game against the Bengals next weekend. This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
A small plane crashed on a highway near Houston on Sunday as the pilot was trying to make an emergency landing. The plane clipped an 18-wheeler and then caught fire after it landed on the road. Officer Richard Staniford says no one was injured in the incident.
Typically, when a plane makes contact with another vehicle, it doesn't end well. So the fact that the 18-wheel driver is over there is too, it's a good day.
Grand Parkway was shut for several hours. The country is running out of time to pay its debts.
If we delay this, if we have short-term extensions of the national debt, we run the very risk of a recession in this economy.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin urged people to be wary of so-called GOP budget balancers when looking at the amount of debt accumulated during the Trump presidency. The U.S. reached its technical borrowing limit last week, but the Treasury says it will be able to pay the government's bills through June. I'm Dave Collins.
2 brothers are hospitalized in stable condition after being stabbed during a melee at a Manhattan migrant shelter. Police say it happened at the Stewart Hotel on Saturday. The 2 brothers and another man, all residents, were throwing bottles. At the movies, Avatar: The Way of Water tacked on another $19.5 million, leading the box office for a 6th straight weekend. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish made $11.5 million in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
The microphone, cue the cameras. Here we go. Just like that. Are you kidding me? Another weekend in the books. Believe it or not, we kick off the final full week of January. Unbelievable. All right, as I look at the clicker, yep, here in the Eastern Time Zone, we have crossed over 23rd day of January. Winding January down, my. All right, hope you had a good weekend. And how about those playoffs? For all the reservations, I was kind of concerned about the Bengals being able to beat those Bills. I guess those concerns were unwarranted, as the Bengals just pretty much dominated. So the Bengals move on to face, once again, the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the identical position the Bengals found themselves in last year. Of course, going on to beat Kansas City and making their way to the Super Bowl, but didn't finish it off. Going into the weekend, what was 8 teams is now down to 4. The final 4. So while Cincinnati will face Kansas City, San Francisco 49ers beat the Cowboys. Sunday evening, they go on to face Philadelphia in the NFC title game next weekend. About this time a week from now, it'll be down to 2. It'll be the 2 who get to go to the big show. Who's it gonna be? So that was pretty exciting. I allowed the Bengals game to screw up my sleep schedule. I laid down for a few hours. I think I laid down at like 1 in the afternoon. And I was planning to get up at 3 when the game started. But, I looked at the clock and I said, just a few more minutes. I got up at 4 o'clock and the Bengals were ahead. So I got to see the remaining minutes of the first half and the entire second half. But pretty exciting for the Bengals. There you go. Of course, I had to hit the hay, did not stay up, and woke up to find out 49ers move on, beating the Cowboys this past evening. All right, also woke up this past morning to a bit of a surprise. A lot of folks in this part of the country, southwest Ohio, southeast Indiana, forecasters had been telling us for several days, a little disturbance could bring a little bit of accumulation. They were talking on the order of maybe 1 to 2 inches. The snow started, I guess it was about a little before 7 o'clock in the morning, and several hours had passed, and, we better issue a winter weather advisory. And the snow continued to fall fast and furious, 1.5 inches, 2 inches an hour is the way it was coming down at some points. Big silver dollar snowflakes. I said, we've already got, I'm looking out, I said, we probably got 2.5, 3 inches already. They're going to have to bump this up to a winter storm warning. And sure enough, about 45 minutes, an hour later, it was upgraded to a winter storm warning. This region, we ended up with, right in outside the secret bunker, it was like 5.5 inches. Widespread 5.5, 6-inch snowfall accumulations in and around our area. And some flurries outside the bunker tonight. Temperatures just above the freezing mark, as they were through most of the morning. I think the initial anticipation from the forecasters was we'd start off with a little bit of snow and eventually transition to a rain. That transition never occurred. It remained snowfall for the duration of the event, even though temperatures were several degrees above the freezing mark. So the roads didn't get all that bad. The initial, when it was coming down really heavy like it was, roads got slick, but as soon as the plows got out there and temperatures in that range was ideal for the salt to do its job. I guess maybe through the overnight hours, just watch out for those bridges and overpasses, things that could refreeze, but right through the heart of Ohio. And by the time that game got underway in Buffalo, the snow that had moved through here in the early morning hours had arrived. If you tuned into that game, if you like watching football in the snow, it snowed for pretty much the duration of that game there at Orchard Park. Well, snow tonight. Not a pretty night to be moving freight through a good chunk of New York. Most of the snow has now dwindled down in the Buffalo area, but you've got areas of heavier snow from Syracuse over to Albany, New York, and on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, much of Maine, the snow coming down tonight. Got a little bit of an icy mix, the mixed bag of precipitation through southeastern New York, along northeastern Pennsylvania there, a little bit of a transition, eventually a transition over to plain old rain. They've been talking about the snow drought along the I-95 corridor for weeks now. And that, again, is the case tonight because it's raining in Boston, it's raining in New York, it's raining in Philadelphia. A little bit of a break between Philly and Washington, D.C. Then you get into some heavier shower activity through a good chunk of Virginia from right about Roanoke to Richmond and on over to the East Coast. Pockets of rain from Greensboro down to just east of Charlotte, North Carolina. Raining in Columbia, South Carolina tonight. A line of showers, mostly light to moderate rains extending all the way down into southeastern Georgia. Now you've got pockets of light to moderate rainfall, pockets through much of the southeast tonight. Portions of West Virginia, East Tennessee, a little bit of lighter rain over toward Nashville. Some fairly decent area of shower coverage in north central Mississippi, north and east central Mississippi. Rain moving into the Tupelo area tonight. So not all that, but the big headaches are going to be up in New York tonight. Still have, again, some snow showers through parts of the Ohio Valley. No sooner this storm will push off the East Coast on our Monday, we begin to look ahead at what could be another fairly significant winter storm, a large storm gaining strength over the Rocky Mountains. Will eject northeastward this week, and it's bring another swath of heavy snow. Now, snow in the Rockies, nothing unusual. Forecasters warn the snow could reach as far south as northern Texas with this system. Lots of atmospheric energy tracking across the southwest early this week will set the stage for a potent storm to take shape over the southern and central states, according to AccuWeather. As that storm begins to trek over the southern and central states, it taps into abundant moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to unload drenching rain and even, again, another week with severe weather across the Gulf Coast. But it will also fuel some heavy snow across portions of the southern plains. Now, we'll be talking snowfall totals in excess of 6 inches possible across an area that's not often associated with winter weather. Oklahoma City, for example, may not be a stranger to snow, as you typically see about 6.5, a little over 6.5 inches per year. Still, during this particular event, you could have a decent chunk of that average in just 12 to 24 hours. Even further south, the storm will bring mainly rain to the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. Although it's not out of the question, a few flakes may mix in late Tuesday. The last time measurable snow, or more than a trace of snow, was recorded at Dallas-Fort Worth International was back in February of last year. Now, on average, Dallas receives just about 1.5 inches of snow per year. But travel further north will become difficult as snow falls and visibility is significantly reduced. Even a minor coating on roads can make for slippery conditions. Power outages could be a risk as well with the heavy, wet nature of the snow. The stickier snow can not only weigh down power lines, but of course the tree branches that hang over those power lines. Those branches could break under the heavy weight of the snow. The picture gets a little messier once this storm approaches the Ohio Valley. With the storm that has as much energy as this is expected to have, some subtle changes in the jet stream can send the storm further north or south, which would have a substantial impact on who sees how much snow. The most probable storm track Tuesday on through Wednesday into Thursday would bring the storm from southern Texas and Louisiana quickly northeastward toward Pennsylvania by Wednesday night. So we could be looking at a mix of rain or snow or just plain rain on the southern or the southeastern side of this storm, which would cut into the snowfall numbers. But forecasters right now are highlighting the area from Springfield, Missouri, all the way up to northern Maine as having the best chance for another heavy snow. It's going to bring the risk of disruptive snow to a few major cities, including St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit. Now, the exact totals are still up in the air for these cities. The concern for mixed precipitation cutting into their snowfall totals will be low as they're going to be on the colder northwestern side of the storm. Snow likely begins Tuesday night, St. Louis, then into the early morning hours Wednesday for Chicago and Detroit. Could be impacting the morning commute. We could be talking this dumping snow for 12 to 24 hours before it concludes on Wednesday night. Now, even though Chicago is situated outside the potential for the heaviest snow ban, you're not out of the woods, that's for sure. All three cities previously mentioned will likely see travel delays as a result of this storm and even some power outages. Once the storm enters the Northeast, the stage could be set for more snow across the interior Northeast and maybe even a little closer to the I-95 corridor. Nothing set in stone at this point in time, but it looks like this storm, again, may be favorable for New York City and Philadelphia to continue the snow drought. You have more rain along the coastal areas in the Northeast. Coming up, we'll delve into, there will be a severe side to this storm, just as the case has been for consecutive weeks in the Southeast in the new year. All right, good morning. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll get to some of our listening friends checking in via Facebook just ahead. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Rock Pick, checking in from Rochester, New York. 32 degrees, cloudy. Buffalo defense. Let's go Kansas City. Hey, wait a minute, Rock Pick. You're pulling my chain. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and the wise old night owls. We're awake because we like it. Happy Monday. Stay safe. All right. Word of the day, snow. Hello, Pappy. No, the word of the day, Bengals, right? Yeah, okay. Bengals win. 2 words for the day. 32 at this hour in Harrison, Ohio. Be safe. Hats off to the Ohio State Patrol and Butler County Sheriff's Office capturing the escaped convicts. Stay safe. Hey, I must have missed that story in the local news. Okay, I'll have to dig up the details. All right, feels like 18 in Northwest Illinois, 25. Roy checking in. Hello to Bourbon Street, Gary. Morning, Steve. Howdy from my living room recliner. I don't have a run tonight, but I'm getting paid for staying at home. So no complaints here. Be safe out there, drivers. Gregory, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. 38 degrees, Hamlet, North Carolina. Have a safe week out there. Very good. Marianne, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Stay safe, drivers. Happy Monday to all. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Gary does say 37 here in South Central Illinois at this hour. John Ferguson, howdy, everybody. Back at it on the GM parts train. Grand Rapids about 3 a.m. 1 p.m. headed to Columbia, Tennessee for the delivery. 5 inches in a beautiful day with the snowscape in Englewood, Ohio. Stay safe this midweek with that next potential storm. Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm just looking at the maps, and right now, yeah, as the case always seems to be, well, for whatever, right along the Ohio River line, from southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, on up through southern Ohio, looks to be that zone where there's going to be a pretty decent cutoff line. Indianapolis, at least at this point in time, on the maps, is in a zone to maybe see 6 to 12 inches of snow out of that system. Yeah, Cincinnati, right now, they're in the 3 to 6 zone. But you don't have to get much further south, and it cuts off, the 1 to 3, and on down to parts of Kentucky that may see nothing. So obviously the storm has to come together, and we'll be keeping on top of it for you there. Idaho Rose saying hello from a very snowy Bozeman, Montana tonight. All right, copying the mail. Let's see, 5-7 on board for a short VA appointment this morning. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 13 degrees. Clear skies headed north to Nebraska. All right, hello to Jeff. What do you got there? Hey, y'all, just spitting some light rain in LaPorte. Got in from Baltimore. The snow was more towards Youngstown and Pittsburgh, where the grandkids and I came through this past afternoon. 11 and 7 on the first overnight trip about 25 years after I took their mother with me. I was blessed to be able to take them. All right, so enjoyed the grandkids on the trip, huh? All right, Daniel, good morning. Some freezing fog down here by Le Sueur. Is that you're in Minnesota? 15 degrees and freezing fog. All right, okay, so waking up on a Sunday morning, you turn on the news and everything's about a mass shooting taking place in California. As we heard in the news break there, top of the hour, the suspected shooter who killed 10 and injured 10 others is dead, reportedly killed himself. Press conference Sunday night, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna identifying the shooter as a very unusual in a case like this. A 72-year-old Hu Can Tran was the name. Tran died inside a white van from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Law enforcement found the handgun inside the van, they tell us. Tran used a magazine-fed semi-automatic pistol with large-capacity magazine in the shooting that killed 10. 7 of the victims, according to that evening press release, are still hospitalized. The kind of broke down Sunday afternoon. Law enforcement surrounded a white van in the city of Torrance, about 30 miles southwest of Monterey Park. SWAT units sandwiched the white van with armored Bearcat vehicles. Agents bashed the passenger window open, entered the vehicle, and officers searched the van and exited soon after. Los Angeles KNBC reporting the man in the van died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. All right, there you go. So, yeah, terrifying over the weekend. What was the motivation and all? The Lunar New Year. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities identified 72-year-old Hu Can Tran as the Asian man who opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. One House Republican is calling President Biden a serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade. During a Sunday speech in Florida, Harris announced that Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. It'll be the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game next Sunday. The Bengals defeated the Bills. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, around the country, as always, happy Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Matthew. Good morning, Steve, overnight listeners, and Kevin the Cat. Happy Chinese Lunar New Year. May the year of the rabbit bring great health and wealth to everyone. Norman says, I just wanted to warm up. Cold in the teens there in north central Kansas again tonight. Yeah, that's what, going back to the weekend shooting there in Monterey, it was actually the joyful kickoff to the first Lunar New Year celebration in Monterey Park that this occurred. Yeah, the first Lunar New Year celebration since before the pandemic broke out. So large crowds filling the streets in the majority Chinese-American city near L.A. for live entertainment, carnival rides, lots of food, a festive atmosphere. Sunday's festivities were ultimately canceled, although there were some Lunar New Year celebrations that went on in neighboring cities, also home to large Asian-American populations. We haven't had a celebration like this in 3 years, so it was kind of a momentous occasion. People had come out in droves, according to authorities. One attendee estimating 100,000 people attended Saturday. This particular festival is typically one of the largest Lunar New Year celebrations in the state of California. So everybody kind of in shock. No motivation for the crime. Authorities said, of course, the suspect, the 72-year-old, is an Asian man, but Asian American advocacy groups said it was another blow after years of high-profile anti-Asian violence around the country. Regardless of what the intent was, the impact on the community will be profound. According to Connie Chung Jo, the CEO of the nonprofit Asian Americans Advancing Justice for Southern California. That's one of the nonprofits that actually had a booth set up at the festival that she had planned to attend on Sunday. So again, what the motivation is, that's all being investigated as we speak. I guess the whole idea that individual was worked alone. The lone suspect in the case, but unless he left some sort of a note, or maybe they can scour if he had social media, just how odd for a 72-year-old to go out and do something like that. Meanwhile, singer-songwriter Lisa Marie Presley, the only child of Elvis, officially laid to rest at the family's legendary Tennessee home, Graceland, where apparently they say hundreds of fans and loved ones gathered Sunday for the public memorial service. Crowds lined up at dawn in Memphis to pay tribute to the singer who died at the age of 54, cardiac arrest. Priscilla Presley, Lisa Marie's mother, Elvis's wife for 6 years until they divorced in 1973, joined forces with a number of other performers, the likes of Alanis Morissette, the Guns N' Roses frontman Axl Rose, Smashing Pumpkins singer Billy Corgan, paying tribute. I guess the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, said, "Grief is the price we pay for love," speaking to the mourners, kind of quoting from her mother-in-law, the late Queen Elizabeth, who famously used those words to address the families of victims after the September 11 attacks on the United States. Of course, she was Elvis's only child. Previously, she controlled Elvis Presley Enterprises, but sold a bulk of her shares in the company to a private equity firm back in 2005. She did retain control of Graceland, the estate that her father owned and where he was found unconscious in August of 1977. All right, so saying farewell to Lisa Marie there at Graceland this past morning. All right, what else in the mix? Again, 844-844-3388. Hello, Bourbon Street, Gary.
Morning, Steve. Happy New Year. I haven't talked to you since. Pretty late in the month.
That's right. Yeah, here we're 23 days. We're 3 weeks into the new year. Well, Happy New Year. How's everything starting?
I've been busy.
How's things starting out with your new year?
Oh, so far so good. I've been busy training somebody. That's why I haven't called you.
I know you had posted that a couple times that you'd been doing some training, but you're out there listening in nonetheless when you're on the road.
Oh yeah, I listen every night. You know, I keep an eye on what the newbie's doing. You know what I mean?
Priorities, as they say. Yes, sir.
That's right. Everything's going good. How about you?
No complaints in the new year. Doing all right.
That's good. Everybody healthy at the house and all that?
Yes, we actually made it through the holidays. We had our bout with the flu bug between Thanksgiving and Christmas, but yeah, everybody stayed healthy and doing fine in the new year. No COVID, no flu, no RSV.
That's a good thing. Yeah, all these crazy things that are going around. Well, that sure is crazy. Some 72-year-old guy done that shooting.
Very, very unusual. Yeah, does not fit the profile of a typical mass shooter at all.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't catch that this morning when I watched the news that he was that. I didn't catch the information about it until you brought it up. No, I just wanted to call and say hi. I'm sitting at home drinking a non-Skull Buster. I don't drink them Skull Busters.
So we're down to 4 in the playoffs. Are you following? You paying any attention, or do you not really care? Or?
I really don't care. I gave up on that a long time ago.
Did you? Okay.
With the whole taking a knee thing.
Yeah, I understand that, no doubt about it. Well, I know Scotty's a 49ers fan. Now, of course, we got, there's a game next week. But first of all, Cincinnati would have to get past Kansas City. 49ers would have to get past the Eagles. But that the possibility is there for a Bengals-49ers rematch in the Super Bowl. If all comes together, that would be interesting.
Yes, it would. Now, why is he a 49ers fan when he lives in Kansas?
I don't really know. Maybe he could explain that one of the how he became a big 49ers guy. But yeah, that's his team, 49ers.
I just talked to him the other day. We didn't talk nothing about that, but yeah, that doesn't make no sense. He should be a Kansas City fan.
Yep.
All right. Well, Steve, I just wanted to call and say hi. Hadn't talked to you in a long time.
Well, thank you for checking in. Happy New Year, all that good stuff. Tell Becky we said hello.
She's working.
Ah, so you're home. She's on the road and you're sitting. All right. Well, it's just, you're getting paid for it. What the heck?
Yep. That's one thing I can't complain about. I get my full, just like if I was working, I get the full amount of pay for sitting at home drinking a Bud Light.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you for checking in.
And she's working.
There you go. Hey, well, have a great night, and we'll talk again. There you go. It is 844-3388. Some of the industry headlines on a back-to-work Monday. The California Highway Patrol. Yeah, this is the time of year. Slow down and obey the chain law requirements. That was their message after an unchained big rig went through the guardrail last week during the train of storms. The Highway Patrol's Eureka Division took to Facebook to remind drivers that the chain requirements are there for a reason. With slick roadways, it's important to slow down and obey the chain restrictions. This crash happened when a truck drove through a snowy area without putting the chains on and ended up going through the guardrail on US 97. And fortunately, the driver was not injured, but a lot of time and resources were ultimately used to respond and handle the scene. It was quite the mess after going through the guardrail. It was kind of hanging on almost like hanging over a cliff there. I had to pull the truck out. What else in the mix? All right, after a 16-year run, the leadership of the Women's Trucking Group will be changing hands. On January 18th, Women in Trucking Association announced Jennifer Hedrick will be the incoming president and chief executive officer for the association. She'll take the reins from the longtime president and CEO, Ellen Voy, who's actually held that position since founding the group back in 2007. Voy expressed her support and excitement for Hedrick joining the group. Through Women in Trucking's mission, we've created a community of 8,000 members to advance gender diversity in a male-populated industry. I'm thrilled to have an associate executive like Jennifer Hedrick, who will continue to advance the critical mission of the association I started 16 years ago. Now, Ellen kind of announced her intentions back in November during their annual Accelerate Conference and Expo. She said her goal has always been to retire in 2023. She still hopes to play a role in the organization, though, somehow staying involved. I still love doing the speaking and presentations, so I want to stay involved in some way, but I'm ready to turn it over to a new CEO. And pretty much, I think almost every year since she founded that organization, we've always interviewed Ellen there at the Mid-America Trucking Show in Louisville, which, of course, will be here before you know it. We're into the final full week of January here. All right. I see here a little memo from, I'm on the email list from Gettysburg Flag Works. And anytime they order flags at half staff, or this is a national proclamation to honor the victims of the tragedy over the weekend at Monterey Park, which reads, as a mark of respect for the victims of the senseless acts of violence perpetrated on January 21 in Monterey Park, California, by the authority vested in me as President of the United States,
By the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, I hereby order that the flag of the United States be flown at half-staff at the White House and upon all public buildings and grounds, at all military posts and naval stations, and on all naval vessels of the federal government, and in the District of Columbia, and throughout the United States and its territories and possessions until sunset on January the 26th. I also direct the flag shall be flown at half-staff for the same length of time at all United States embassies, consular offices, and other facilities abroad, including all military facilities and naval vessels and stations. All right, the proclamation from President Biden this past day. All right, we'll get your calls ahead here. Who wants to jump in on a Monday? It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I guess we got official word this past day. Several people had asked. I had actually, I think, a voice message from 5-7 several weeks ago asking if I had an update on what's going on with Bubba Bo. And as I mentioned, someone called Friday morning also asking about him. And I hadn't really, even though we worked, I did the weeknights and he did the weekends for, I lost track how many years. Yeah, that Bubba Bo did weekends. So, we were never really like, they didn't hang out together or whatever. The only time I would ever actually see him was probably when we were at Louisville together for the truck show, or maybe if we showed up for like a Christmas party around the holidays at the radio station. So, I had done some searching on the internet. I couldn't find anything. Someone had said several weeks ago that they heard he had been diagnosed with brain cancer. And I did see several people have emailed me this past day, and I see Catwoman made a post yesterday, which is, "Hello, everyone. We need many more prayers. Our trucking family friend and radio personality, Bubba Bo, was diagnosed with brain cancer. His daughter messaged that he is now in hospice care. They're keeping Bubba comfortable with family nearby. Please keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers. His daughter said she would keep us posted, and she's relayed our hellos, prayers, and hugs to Bubba." That's from Catwoman and Road Dog. All right, so yes, prayers for Bubba Bo. I didn't
Like I said, someone had mentioned it, but I wasn't able to confirm it, so I didn't really know. And so I guess once you're in hospice, it's not a good situation, is it? But there's your update. All right, what else in the mix? We're paying more. It's official. Inflation is easing from the historic rate it reached back in June of last year. The latest guidance from December of last year has it running at 6.5%. Yeah, but even that's still running hotter than any month since the early 1990s. Yeah, naturally, this inflation is under control story is what the Biden administration keeps running with, as any president would from either side of the aisle, specifically on December the 13th, when Biden announced, "We learned last month the inflation rate came down more than experts expected. In a world where inflation is rising in double digits in many major economies, inflation is coming down in America." Well, unfortunately, that narrative isn't telling us anything remotely close to the full story. A more complete picture starts with examining the specific categories of goods and services that are seeing the highest price increases. A handful were kind of summarized in a recent analysis from the Heritage Foundation, and it doesn't really look good. Data released last Thursday showed prices have risen 13.7% since Biden took office, as measured by the Consumer Price Index. Now, this analysis is measuring price increases over all 24 months of the Biden administration. That doesn't make sense because even when inflation is transitory, the damage is permanent. All right, the Heritage Foundation report continues. The overall price level decline of 0.1% last month, but increased 6.5% in 2022, a year which saw 4-decade high inflation. Even though the increase in the CPI slows, many consumer staples are highly elevated compared to the start of the Biden administration. We all know eggs. Eggs are up 189%. Ground beef up more than 21%. Gasoline up 44%. Electricity 21%. Transportation services up 19.5%. Housing up 11.8%. Again, it's notable that these price increases are measured over 24 months. Now, imagine going to the grocery store and thinking a dozen eggs would cost $3, only to find out they're priced at $8 a dozen when you go there. Unfortunately, this is not a thought experiment. This is the reality. This is what we're seeing each time we go to the grocery. They do break down the Social Security cost of living. What is this inflation costing the average American family? How about $7,400 a year? What would you do if you suddenly found $7,400 in your bank account? Would you save it? Would you invest it or spend it on a vacation? For most of us, deciding what to do with such an unexpected windfall is pretty easy. Well, now imagine the exact opposite. You're paying for groceries and your debit card is declined. You try again. Declined. You're confused. You log into your bank account with your phone and you discover your balance is $7,400 lower than you thought. Now, how would that make you feel? Would you be confused? Angry? This is exactly what inflation has done over the past 24 months. A final extract from the Heritage Foundation report shows prices have risen so much faster than wages that the average family has lost $6,000 in purchasing power as the Federal Reserve belatedly raises interest rates to fight the very inflation they helped to cause. Interest rates are rising fast, which increases borrowing costs by $1,400. So combined with your falling real wages, the average family has effectively lost $7,400 in annual income since Biden took office. You know, instead of changing your bank balance, money printing has diluted our purchasing power. Prices go up, purchasing power vanishes without a trace. All right, we close out hour number one. Hey, we got clear lines on a Monday, back to work Monday. Our number 844-844-3388. Plenty to cover on a Monday. And we'll take a quick news break here and come back with more. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. The man who fatally shot 10 people in a Southern California dance studio had once been a regular presence at the studio, even meeting his ex-wife there, according to CNN. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in a Los Angeles suburb. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene.
The man was found dead in a white van after a standoff with police in Torrance. One House Republican is calling President Biden a, quote, serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Turner said that's the only reason he could think of as to why they weren't taken out of the classified space. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, weighed in on NBC's Meet the Press.
To put those in unsecured spaces is irresponsible.
Senator Chris Coons says the discovery of classified documents in President Biden's possession will not be a deciding issue for voters in the next election.
What's going to matter going forward is how this is handled, and President Biden has fully and promptly cooperated.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Delaware Democrat says the issue is not one keeping Americans up at night, like the day-to-day concerns like inflation and the cost of prescription drugs. I'm Dave Collins.
Sports, the NFL's Final Four is set. The San Francisco 49ers have a return engagement to the NFC Championship. Getting past the Cowboys Sunday night, 19-12. They'll visit the top-seeded Eagles on Sunday. The Chiefs and Bengals will meet for the right to represent the AFC in Super Bowl 57. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court's landmark Roe v. Wade decision.
Here and now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right.
During a speech on Sunday in Florida, Harris announced that President Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. What to do when it comes to exercising and feeling sleepy?
Should you work out when you're tired? The simple answer, yes. 1 in 3 Americans are sleep deprived. But according to Dr. Phyllis Z., director of the Center for Circadian and Sleep Medicine at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine in Chicago, it's a perfect cycle. First, there is clear data to show that regular exercise improves sleep quality. Research also shows that if you sleep better, you're more likely to exercise. So, even if you had a bad night's sleep, you should maintain your physical activity. I'm Corey Myers.
At the movies, there's no stopping James Cameron's Avatar sequel, The Way of Water. It soaked up another $19.5 million across theaters in the U.S. and Canada. It's been number 1 each of the 6 weeks since its release. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish came in second, while horror comedy Megan was in third place. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
According to forecasters, as the end of January looms, snow is not the only type of weather on the minds of forecasters. AccuWeather say their meteorologists have been carefully monitoring a storm threat across areas of Texas to North Carolina. from Tuesday to Wednesday evening this week, which can carry the threat of disruptive and severe thunderstorms. A new storm moving out of northern Mexico will gather moisture from the Gulf of Mexico late Monday night into Tuesday morning. That's going to be the impetus for the severe weather risk that begins in the Lone Star State on Tuesday. Now, this is the feature expected to emerge from the southern Rockies by early Tuesday morning, push into Texas, where that warm, moist air will be pulled northward from the Gulf of Mexico, clashing with the cold mountain air on the northern flank of the storm. Yeah, this, along with other ingredients, will align to spark strong to severe thunderstorms from Tuesday to Wednesday evening across the south. Now, primary concern across central Texas Tuesday will be substantial rainfall and some gusty winds. But as the day progresses, forecasters say the locations further east and southeast along the Gulf Coast, Texas, Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi, on over into Alabama, will face additional threats. By late morning into afternoon, storms could start to turn severe in southeastern Texas before spreading into the lower Mississippi Valley on Tuesday night. Heavy flooding rains are a big concern, they say. A few storms could produce destructive winds, and a tornado or two cannot be ruled out at this point in time. Throughout the day Tuesday, this feature will stomp across central and southern Texas. General rain 1 to 3 inches. Residents in Austin and San Antonio could see rainfall amounts ranging closer to 3/4 of an inch to maybe an inch, but further southeast along the Gulf Coast, you'll be the prime location to tap into that warm moisture and see higher rainfall totals. Looks like Tuesday evening and Tuesday night may bring the most dangerous threats, with conditions conducive for the development of damaging winds, flooding downpours, and isolated tornadoes. Mostly concerned about an area south of Interstate 10 from southern Louisiana to southern Alabama during the overnight period. Of course, a tornado risk at night is especially dangerous, so residents from St. Charles to New Orleans need to have a way to reliably get warnings while you're sleeping. Cities facing a moderate risk for severe weather Tuesday evening and Tuesday night. Baton Rouge, Louisiana to New Orleans, Mobile, Gulfport, Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama. Even motorists traveling along portions of I-20 Tuesday night need to monitor for storms that can reduce visibility and cause transportation delays. Could see some winds gusting to 75 miles per hour with some of these storms on into the morning hours Wednesday. The threat for thunderstorms shifting into Georgia, the northern panhandle of Florida. Thunderstorms will continue to push on to the southeast coast by Wednesday evening, with more heavy rain and travel disruptions as far as central North Carolina with this system. This is going to be the same system that on the northern flank we discussed in hour number 1 will have the potential big snow threat in a pretty broad area stretching from northern Texas all the way up into Maine, all along the way. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Is this John?
Hey, Steve. How's it going, man?
Doing well. Happy New Year, John.
Well, thank you. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I turned 42 this year, and the first time I ever heard your voice on radio, I believe I was 9 or 10 years old. I believe that was how old I was.
Wait a minute. You're making
maybe
me feel old.
Maybe a little bit older. Oh, no, you're not old. We're all young at heart, right? Anyhow, I just wanted to call and say that, I don't ever call the show. I should, but I don't call as much as I'd like to. But, I'm not very much of a live radio guy, so I like to type better than I can talk. But anyhow, just wanted to bring up Bubba Bo. I actually have an experience with him. I've met him a couple of different times. This is like 15 years ago, I believe. But I was coming up from the south going through Cincinnati one evening, and I heard him on the radio after midnight. But so I called him up, and he's or actually, no, I got him on Facebook, I believe it was. But anyhow, I talked to him, and he's like, well, why don't you just come on up here to the studio for a little bit and do part of the segment of the show with me? And, I'm sitting here like thinking, like, did he really just invite me up here? This is awesome. So long story short, I got to go up there, and I got to see, Your Honor. I hear him call you Your Honor a lot. Sit in your house that you did your show in all those years, and it was a really special experience to meet Bubba Bo. He was, I thought he was one heck of a guy, and I actually, it was a really good experience to meet with him and do the part of the segment with him. But anyhow, another quick thing here. I won't be on here long, but if you would tell Catwoman and Road Dogg I said hello. I'm actually right by their house up here right now, getting on the loop around Fort Wayne.
Okay.
I've met them 2 or 3 times and ate with them, and it's pretty awesome. But one other thing, Steve, I just want to ask your opinion. I'll get off of here. I'm getting ready to stop up here to get some fuel. But what is your opinion on all these mass shootings? They seem to be having an uptick in these shootings over the past few years that I've noticed. Do you think that maybe some of these things might possibly be planned out for gun laws? Do you think we're in times like that where they would actually plan something like that to get this, all these gun laws and gun restrictions passed? And that's all I got for tonight, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thanks for listening, John, and appreciate you helping spread the word about the show. Gun laws. I mean, what's kind of the irony? First of all, this latest occurred in California, a state that already has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. They may not be the strictest, but they have. Did they not have the ban on the extended magazines? I do believe they did. And this is what we've been saying, because I guess the most discussion last week was the state of Illinois, where the governor there had just signed the new legislation banning the grips or whatever they were for those handguns, banning the extended magazines, nothing more than 10 rounds, I believe. And what did we say at the time? People that already possess these sort of weapons are supposedly allowed to keep them in the state of Illinois, but you have to register them. And I said, now, how many potential criminals are going to register? It's really just the law-abiding citizens that don't want to be running afoul of the law that would potentially go in and register those sort of weapons. But the bad guys, if California has the ban on these type of magazines to begin with, the odd thing is, as we say, a 72-year-old, what was his motivation? I mean, he was Asian American, I believe. He was of Asian descent nonetheless. And going in for the Lunar New Year, maybe they'll get to the bottom. Maybe we'll get more details on that in the coming days. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, Dipsy Driver, I look at my screen and it says fill-in show January 3rd, but it is not the fill-in show. This is live January 23rd, 2023. And he said, I just tuned in. The app says it's a fill-in show. Sounds like you're live and not Memorex. Yes, we are live and not Memorex. All right, I was listening to the news. Hope you and all the listeners had a great weekend. How about Go Bengals? We've got a rematch of last year's championship game next weekend. All right, all please stay safe out there on the roadways. Yeah, the Bengals are actually playing Kansas City. That is correct. Yeah, that is the rematch of last year. The Bengals faced the Chiefs last year
in that championship game, got past the Chiefs to move on to the Super Bowl. It will actually be the 49ers next weekend facing up against those Eagles. One of those two will be making their way to the Super Bowl as well. Hello to our friends at TNC Radio.live. Tom Kelly, who says, good morning, Steve. Somewhere, someplace, someone's happy it's Monday morning. However, that place is not necessarily in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, home of TNC Radio.live, the Truckers Network channel. Oh, come on, Tom. You don't love Mondays either? And before we get into what's coming up after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, how about your keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway? Your chance to win $1,000 happens every workday. TNC Radio.live. Your keyword today is Santa. You're paying off those Christmas bills. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, Santa, S-A-N-T-A, and that's it. Enter the keyword, and you're registered. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Again, coming up 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. The good news is we have a fantastic interview with Ray Stevens right after the Overnight Drive. Everything is beautiful on this episode of the Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson. You have so much fun. The hours seem to just streak by for us. Then catch the latest episode of the Truckers radio show with Stan Campbell. And don't miss the morning grind with Bill Waldrop starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget to put that keyword in for your chance for $1,000 to help pay off those Christmas bills. All coming your way. TNCradio.live. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Rick says on his Facebook page, Rick says, normally I don't watch the NFL, but I guess because our hometown Bengals are in the playoffs, I've watched the games past couple of weeks. The Cincinnati-Kansas City game should be a great game.
But the Eagles-49ers game, in my opinion, is going to be a blowout. After watching both the teams play, Philly's a far better team than the 49ers. I know Philly getting to the Super Bowl would make several happy campers out there at their hometown teams. But good luck to the Final Four, all four teams involved. There you go. Yep. May the best team win, right? All right, looking at 22 past the hour. South Dakota, I guess we can add to the list, continues to experience low inventories and outages of propane. According to the executive order issued on the 19th, drivers of propane transport vehicles are required to deliver propane necessary to maintain the supply of this product to enable the people of South Dakota to continue normal heating functions. And it is the responsibility of the state to assist the people of South Dakota in meeting problems of mutual concern and transportation of this product in demand for heating needs. Certain relief from the hours of service is granted by the South Dakota Emergency. Effective now through February the 18th for drivers of propane transport vehicles in the interest of public safety. Propane transport companies shall not require fatigued drivers to operate a motor vehicle. A driver who informs a carrier they need rest must be given adequate rest time before they're required to return to service. This order does not provide any exemption from the controlled substances, alcohol use, and testing requirements. All the regular responsibilities are still in place. But that state, South Dakota, following a regional emergency declaration by the FMCSA that now includes Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. A previous order was issued in South Dakota also due to low inventory and outages of propane as well as heating fuel. That particular order did expire on January the 15th. Now, as stated in both South Dakota orders, the return of normal supply flows to the fuel terminals in that state is still unknown at this point in time. What's going on with the fuel issues, right? Okay, 844-844-3388. 93 years old. Tying the knot at 93? Former U.S. astronaut Buzz Aldrin, who became the second human being to walk on the moon more than half a century ago, actually got married on his 93rd birthday, saying he and his bride were as excited as eloping teenagers. On my 93rd birthday, I am pleased to announce that my longtime love, Dr. Anka Fauer, and I have tied the knot. He tweeted to his 540,000 Twitter followers on Friday. That tweet included photos of Aldrin in a tuxedo, and Fauer, reported by U.S. media as being 63 years of age, in a long-sleeve wedding gown. So 30 years the younger than Buzz. Aldrin gained worldwide fame and a place in history by setting foot on the moon 20 minutes after Neil Armstrong had taken his epic first step on July the 20th of 1969, part of the Apollo 11 mission. Now, Fauer, I believe I'm pronouncing that correct, F-A-U-R, Fauer, who has a doctoral degree in chemical engineering, has actually served as executive vice president of Buzz Aldrin Ventures for the past 4 years. We were joined in holy matrimony in a small private ceremony in L.A., and we are as excited as eloping teenagers, he said. Now, this was
Fowler's fourth marriage. Of course, the intense fame generated by the Apollo 11 mission 54 years ago overwhelmed Aldrin after he returned to Earth. He actually suffered depression and alcoholism, ultimately came to terms with his fame and has been known since for his public appearances. He's also the author of 9 books and remains an advocate for human space exploration. But 93 years old, tying the knot, hopefully many years. The last photograph I saw of Buzz, he wasn't looking too bad, as a matter of fact. It didn't look 93 to me. All right, we'll get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. It is a quiet Monday morning. You know the drill. Mondays. All right, if you had to take a guess, which city where do you lose the most amount of time setting in traffic? We got some of the cities around the United States, but INRIX issued their global traffic scorecard, which ranks the worst traffic in cities around the entire planet. And here in the USA, believe it or not, Chicago takes the lead in the U.S. There are several other U.S. cities in the top 10 on the worldwide list. Topping the list is London in the UK. On an annual basis, you lose 156 hours of your life setting in congestion, traffic congestion. Chicago takes the number 2 spot, believe it or not, at 155 hours. We'll break down some of the other cities and just how much it's costing the average commuter here in the USA. Here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA News Update. The suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities identified 72-year-old Hu Can Tran as the Asian man who opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. One House Republican is calling President Biden a serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade. During a Sunday speech in Florida, Harris announced that Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. It'll be the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game next Sunday. The Bengals defeated the Bills. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year, I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Monday, 23rd of January. As we close out the weekend, we'll grab the anonymous hippopotamus. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, well, you just struck one of those things that it'd be like watching a car accident or something if you saw it happen. It'd be one of those things like the nude beach there. One of the things you'd see, but you definitely want to try to unsee, but it would always be stuck in your mind. Can you imagine watching the honeymoon night of the 93-year-old? All right, Your Honor, you got that stuck in my mind now. Thank you. I just wanted to share. Okay, congratulations. I guess, hey, shoot for the moon. Oh, wait a minute. He's been there once, at least.
anyways, this deal with the Lunar New Year and the Year of the Rabbit. Did you ever watch any of the Monty Python movies?
Not the Monty Python. I think I saw a little bit of the Holy Grail, just segments of it, but that's about it.
Do you remember the segment with the rabbits in the Holy Grail?
Can't say
rabbits
that I do.
Rabbits are mean, Your Honor. Rabbits are mean. If you want to, you probably can find it on Google there. Do the whole, Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail and rabbits. And I'm not sure about that Lunar New Year there wanting to be the Year of the Rabbit. That kind of scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
But anyways, well, I do have to admit, for the trucking industry news and everything, I like all the other listeners out here, depend on you to keep track of what's going on, because all this relief hours of service, normally I find out first from you. And hearing about South Dakota and what's going on out there, again, you're the leading news source for me. Now I go in and start, checking my updates, but for what we have going on out here, we haven't really noticed any noticeable supply shortage or backups at the loading racks or anything of that nature. And
right.
Some of the rail service at a couple of places seems like they have some spotty deliveries. Normally, where they'll have 10 or 15 cars sitting around, they only have 2 or 3 extras sitting around at this point. So I don't know if it's an ordering thing or a delivery thing, or trains aren't getting built the way they need to in the train yards to have those deliveries go out to the local train yards to distribute out to the customers. I don't know where the major issue is, but we haven't really had any problems having product to load on the trucks to take out to the people that we service. So, and then the other thing is the temperature. I mean, the local weather forecasters here said that north of the Mason-Dixon line will probably be down to freezing overnight tonight, maybe a little below freezing, and apparently PennDOT has decided they're going to take that to their full advantage, because they've already been out on the state highways spreading salt now in the rain. We got showers off and on here, and pretty much just need delay wipers. You don't need the wipers on consistently, but PennDOT has already got out and they've started laying salt down at 37, 36 degrees. So I guess they're make sure they have a good salt base and the salt brine base set up for morning. So if the temperatures do get down to the freezing mark or below, there'll be hopefully a little bit of salt left and hasn't all washed off the side of the road yet.
Right.
But if it does, they can go out and do it again, and they've had good practice at it so far then, right? But anyways, south of the Mason-Dixie line there, back down into Maryland, because that where I'm at here, where 83 goes up from Baltimore up to York and everything, the Mason-Dixon line is the state border between Maryland and Pennsylvania. So anybody wasn't sure of that, and a little geography lesson there. But anyway, south of the Mason-Dixon line, it's supposed to stay pretty much above freezing, and we're just supposed to have these rain showers off and on pretty much through the day today. So I don't foresee any major issues other than the fact that it's Monday morning and everybody's forgotten how to drive from Friday, and they're going to get out on the roads and crash into each other. But that's just normal standard operating procedure on Monday, whether it's raining, snowing, or sunshine. And, for some reason it seems like the sunshine, it actually causes more accidents than everything else. I don't know what the problem is, other than the fact there are a couple spots of highways where you look directly into the sun when it's rising, and
right.
Just you can't see anything but a big yellow ball, and it's everybody jams their brakes on, and then the ones that still could see when they turn into the bright sun can't see that everybody had their brakes on because they couldn't see where they were going. So I think the sun actually causes as much or more problems than any of the other weather out here. But anyways, another good reason to drive at this time of day, besides the fact most of them nuts are recovering from some sort of activity that they did, whether it was watching football, baseball, or just some other excuse that they came up with to partake in having some of them adult beverages, as they call them there, right? So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what I got for you there. Haven't seen a whole lot of other things to talk about in the industry. Everything's pretty quiet around here, but did watch some of the Bills game yesterday there before I took a nap. That it's kind of hard to decide which way to root there, because I was never a Buffalo fan, because back in the days of Jim Kelly, it was a little bit of a disappointment. 4 times to the Super Bowl and 4 times never a victory. And but I don't know. Buffalo always had the ability to play almost to the quality of the team that they played. So, one week they'd be playing the New York Jets, which, couldn't hardly beat a high school team, and they'd almost win. And then the next week they go on, they play somebody, back in the, the 70s, they play somebody like the Steelers, and heck, they'd be right there neck and neck down to that last point of the game. And sometimes they'd pull it off, and sometimes they'd lose by that last point. But I don't know. They were a hard team to root for in the 70s and the 80s, and so. But anyways, as I say, I really don't watch a whole lot other than that. But the wife wanted to have it on because the son's a big Buffalo fan up there. And
so they weren't happy then. They were probably disappointed then.
No. Yeah, they were a little disappointed. My wife was actually yelling at the newscasters because it sounded like the newscaster or the sportscasters there were actually rooting for the Bengals. She said she kept on saying, they kept on saying how good the Bengals are doing. She's like, stop rooting for the Bengals there. Like she could really hear her on the TV or anything. But
no, I didn't get to see I did not get to see the Kansas City game, but I saw several people posting that I guess Chris Collinsworth was just, I guess, gushing over the Chiefs quarterback there.
Okay, yeah, as I say, it caused for some yelling at the TV in my house. Kind of like what happens if we watch the news. We really don't watch the news anymore because my wife says she can't stand my yelling back at the TV at what the newscasters are saying there on the commercial networks. But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you here. There's a little bit of fog in the area too, so I guess take warning, take heed, take warning. So travel isn't bad yet, but we're working on it. I don't know what we're down to. Up in the hills here now that I'm cutting through, we're down to 35 now. So I guess it could get down to the freezing moment, like you said yesterday.
I think some of the colder air is trying to sneak. I mean, just in the past hour and 40 minutes since we started the show, the snow has really begun to fill in over the western portions of Pennsylvania. You got maybe a little mixed bag between Pittsburgh and Morgantown. But I mean, from Pittsburgh all the way up to Syracuse, again over to Albany, that whole zone, it's snowing pretty decent there. And you've got, winter weather advisories. Let me flip the page here. Yeah, winter weather advisories for a good portion, I'd say almost the northern half of Pennsylvania. Much of eastern New York, and they're probably looking at some pretty healthy accumulations over southwest central and east central and southeastern New York, on over into southern Vermont, southern New Hampshire, because they've got winter storm warnings for those areas. So healthier accumulations. They're saying 4 to 8 inches with locally higher amounts. That's one of the updates. Let me scroll on down here. Yeah, this particular forecast talking about 6 to 10 inches, especially over the southern Greens. So Massachusetts, northern Berkshire County, and Vermont. That's why you got your winter storm warnings. Eastern New York as well, 6 to 10. That'll slow things down. Meanwhile, 844-3388. Captain Ron, what day is it?
Hello, Miss. It's the greatest day of the week. You know it. So, Buzz Aldrin finally taking it to the moon, the honeymoon. Right?
Yes, sir.
They're still figuring out how to do it. Ain't that what they say?
Some do.
I don't know that they win. I think I'm a hillbilly tech.
Oh, boy.
So that 158 hours in traffic or whatever it is, that's only a few hours less than a whole week. A whole week is 168 hours. Just puts it in a little perspective there.
So for commuters in Chicago, they almost lose 1 week of their life every year just sitting in traffic.
Yeah, exactly. I figured LA would have been more than Chicago, though, to be honest. And then, where did you get those figures for the inflation? That $7,400. What was the source of that?
Oh,
that was pretty
very interesting. I have to go back and see where I printed that story from.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I mean, I knew it was a pretty good chunk, but I didn't think it was no $7,400. You know, that we see. I guess a little bit here and a little bit there, you don't notice. Maybe.
Every time you fill your tank, every time you go to the grocery, every time you pay your utility bill, it all starts adding up.
Yeah, and I just crossed into Georgia going north, and the fuel is $4.95. That's been going up. So I guess it's back on the rise.
I have not yet opened haven't pulled up my December utility bill yet. It's going to be due here next payday, and I'm kind of, because we had that bitterly cold Arctic 4 below weather, but then remember I had the space heaters running. The wife's been running the space heater in the living room. It's like I'm scared to open my electric bill.
Yeah, we had that cold snap too. I'm kind of afraid to see what ours is going to be. But I can't remember what the other thing I wanted to say was just now.
As I interrupted you, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I got held up. Yeah, you did. I got held up by a train on one of the back roads earlier. And I don't know how many engines it had pulling it, but it was just double stack after double stack after double stack of containers. And there was another engine about a quarter from the end that was pushing too. So it must have been a big load. But the majority, I think, was JB Intermodal. But I actually saw some Prime containers in there, Amazon Prime. I'd never seen any Amazon Prime containers.
Huh.
I thought that was kind of interesting. But anyway, that was about all I got for right now. Appreciate you taking my call. I'll call in if I get to think of something else.
All right. Well, enjoy your Monday, your favorite day of the week, Captain Ron. Yes, indeed. All right. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised as well. He's Captain Ron mentioning that Los Angeles. I'm pulling up the list here. Yeah, L.A. wasn't actually even in the top 10 on the global list. London was number 1. Chicago was number 2. Paris number 3. This is the number of hours the commuters lose every year. Boston actually came in at number 4 on the list. Bogota was number 5. Palermo number 6. Toronto number 7. New York City on the top 10 list there around the world. New York City at number 8. Monterey was number 9. And Philadelphia. So here in the U.S., you had Chicago, Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia that all made the top 10 globally. Now, they say in Chicago, traffic congestion costs each driver $2,618 and costs the city $9.5 billion in 2022. Downtown speed in Chicago was 11 miles per hour. I guess the average thing out of the 295 U.S. urban areas analyzed, 179 are still below their pre-COVID normal levels, while 116 have actually surpassed them. Now, the typical driver in the country loses 51 hours in congestion every year, which cost the average driver $869 in lost time. That does not include fuel cost increases, which, according to INRIX, would cost the average American driver another $134 more last year. They ranked the worst traffic corridors in the U.S., with I-95 southbound in Stamford, Connecticut, topping the list. So I guess for the U.S. as a whole, the top 10, let's see, they start at the bottom and work our way up to Stamford, Connecticut. Orlando was at number 10, the Interstate 4 eastbound. At number 9 was Chicago, I-55 southbound. All right, Stamford, Connecticut is number 8 and number 7. Stamford, Connecticut, Merritt Parkway southbound. At number 7 was State Route 15 northbound. Concord, California, State Route 4 eastbound. New York City at number 5, I-278 westbound. Number 4, Boston, I-93 southbound. Number 3, Stamford, Connecticut, I-95 northbound. There's Los Angeles at number 2, the Interstate 5 southbound. And Stamford, Connecticut at number 1, Interstate 95 southbound. What is it with Stamford, Connecticut to be, number 8, number 7, number 3, and number 1, now just different corridors? That town must be a gridlock town. That's all I can figure. Never been there. All right, again, 844-844-3388. Good morning, Dipsy Driver.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How was your weekend?
Man, oh man, short and sweet, but I had a good weekend, I guess, all things considered. How about those Bengals?
Yeah, I know. I think they're going to be out for blood because, they came so close last year, and they know Kansas City pretty well, the Chiefs, and I guess they're playing in Kansas City next week. So
it'll be in Kansas City. Now, I mean, right now, I believe under Joe Burrow, Kansas City is 0-3 against the Bengals. That's like regular season, postseason. We already beat the Chiefs earlier this year in the regular season. We did that last year, regular season, then beat them in that championship game. Now, we've already beat them in the regular season. What are the odds of taking that team out 4 times in a row? What do you think?
Well, I bet they're studying all the tapes, all the video.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I didn't watch the whole game, but from what I saw, Joe Burrow, he's right on. I mean, he's throwing great, running good, and defense is doing great. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to next week's game, and I'm not a betting guy, but if I was, I don't know what the odds would be because I know Kansas City's they're a pretty good team too. I mean, they wouldn't be where
that's
they're
funny.
at.
It's funny you'd mention a betting guy because Mattress Mac, the guy in Texas, made a big bet on the Cowboys. Hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. The man who fatally shot 10 people in a Southern California dance studio had once been a regular presence at the studio, even meeting his ex-wife there, according to CNN. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in a Los Angeles suburb. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene.
The man was found dead in a white van after a standoff with police in Torrance. One House Republican is calling President Biden a, quote, serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Turner said that's the only reason he could think of as to why they weren't taken out of the classified space. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, weighed in on NBC's Meet the Press.
To put those in unsecured spaces is irresponsible.
Senator Chris Coons says the discovery of classified documents in President Biden's possession will not be a deciding issue for voters in the next election.
What's going to matter going forward is how this is handled. And President Biden has fully and promptly cooperated.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Delaware Democrat says the issue is not one keeping Americans up at night, like the day-to-day concerns like inflation and the cost of prescription drugs. I'm Dave Collins.
Sports, the NFL's Final Four is set. The San Francisco 49ers have a return engagement to the NFC Championship. Getting past the Cowboys Sunday night, 19-12. They'll visit the top-seeded Eagles on Sunday. The Chiefs and Bengals will meet for the right to represent the AFC in Super Bowl 57. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court's landmark Roe v. Wade decision.
Here and now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right.
During a speech on Sunday in Florida, Harris announced that President Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. What to do when it comes to exercising and feeling sleepy?
Should you work out when you're tired? The simple answer, yes. 1 in 3 Americans are sleep deprived. But according to Dr. Phyllis Zee, director of the Center for Circadian and Sleep Medicine at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine in Chicago, it's a perfect cycle. First, there is clear data to show that regular exercise improves sleep quality. Research also shows that if you sleep better, you're more likely to exercise. So, even if you had a bad night's sleep, you should maintain your physical activity. I'm Corey Myers.
At the movies, there's no stopping James Cameron's Avatar sequel, The Way of Water. It soaked up another $19.5 million across theaters in the U.S. and Canada. It's been number 1 each of the 6 weeks since its release. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish came in second, while horror comedy Megan was in third place. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
righty, there you go. Welcome back. Another hour as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. 1 to go there. 23rd of January. And here we are. Yeah, I left off with Dipsy Driver, who said, I'm not a betting man. Well, this guy that's notorious for big wagers, I happened to come across the video over the weekend. If you want to see what $2 million in cash looks like, do a quick Google search for Mattress Mac. Because they had him in, he was in the Caesars Sportsbook, and he had the bundles of $100 bills all stacked on the counter there. $2 million in cash to place the bet. This is the Houston-based furniture store owner, Jim McIngvale, otherwise known as Mattress Mac. I guess he's not much smiling tonight because he put $2 million on the Cowboys to beat the 49ers this past evening, which would have won him $3,350,000. So, yes, $2 million in cash. Now, if the Cowboys were to win, the separate $1 million money line bets would win him over $3 million, which he didn't. Now, he said if the Cowboys won on Sunday, select mattresses starting at $3,000 would be free for his customers. So not only did Mac lose, but Mac's customers lost, thanks to the Cowboys. Back at the Horseshoe Casino to place a bet on the team from Dallas to win Sunday so we can run these great promotions, he said. All right, just a few weeks ago, this same guy, he placed a nearly $3.1 million bet on the TCU Horned Frogs to win the college football national championship, recall, which they lost. Now, back in November, McIngvale won $75 million cash after the Houston Astros won the 22 World Series. So, you know, he lost $3 million and he lost $2 million, but he won $75 back in November. So, I mean, I guess technically he's still got $70 million cash to blow, right? But how would that feel, losing a $2 million or a $3 million wager? All right, welcome back, Dipsy Driver.
Mattress Mac, back at it again. Hey,
yes.
I guess the furniture business is doing him pretty good, but I was going to say, yeah, he hasn't been that lucky, and you did mention that he hit that 75 mil. So, well, I guess maybe he knows what he's doing. I don't know, but to risk $2 million to win, you know, $1 million and some change, I don't know. I wish I had that kind of money to play with.
Right.
But,
yep.
Yeah, and Horse Feathers was right. You know, driving east, when I used to drive from Stockbridge to Livonia, Michigan, which is just north of Detroit, going down North Territorial Road wasn't too bad, but when I got on a highway M14 and the sun was out, and if it rained or snowed earlier and water was melting on the road, I mean, the glare off the road was blinding, even with sunglasses on. So, you know, and of course, you know, there's people, they don't care. They just keep going, and I'm just like, oh, man.
Yeah.
I might pull over and wait for the sun to come up. But, I guess Detroit had a boat show this weekend. I didn't go, but they unveiled, I guess, all-electric powered boat.
Really?
And I don't know about that because, you know, we used to go salmon fishing a lot here on Lake Michigan. And, you know, depending on the water temperature, we'd go out, you know, maybe 10 miles sometimes, you know, to get in some deeper, colder water for the salmon. And if you run out of juice, you know, it's not like you can call another charter out there and siphon some gas out or whatever. And get your boat going again. So I guess it'd be okay on the inland lakes, but and they said that I guess it's got a lot of torque and can get up to a certain knots per hour or whatever. And I'll bet that's only for like 10, 15 minutes. But well, anyway, I don't know. I'm against even electric cars. The fires, they kind of scare me, and I don't know the expense. Like, after 10 years, you got to replace a $20,000 battery. I don't know about that.
Yep.
It's just. Oh, and that kind of reminds me. You asked me once how I got the name Dipsy Driver, because I'm not a professional truck driver, but I did do a lot of driving, being a field service tech. But one time we were out on Lake Michigan, and there was, I think, 4 of us and the captain. We got a charter, and it was kind of a slow day. I was watching the rods a little bit, and I got up to, grab another beer out the cooler, and I look out there and I see this orange and yellow thing floating on the water, and I go, "Hey, Joe." Well, he was the captain. "What's that over there?" He goes, "Oh." So he started steering toward it. He goes, grab the net. So I grabbed the net, and he was still a little ways from it, and I kind of extended out, and I almost went into the water. Luckily, my friend Bobby was behind me, and he kind of grabbed onto my belt. So when we got it, it was called a Dipsy Diver, which is a apparatus used to bring your line down. You can actually set it to like certain depths and that. So they started calling me Dipsy Diver, because I almost went into the drink there. And when I found your show, was it like third week of January of 21, I saw the chat there, and I signed up for that, and I put Dipsy Diver, and you responded that Dipsy Driver was on, chatting, and
yeah,
I was like, I kind of like that better. So yeah,
so I actually coined you the Dipsy Driver rather than the Dipsy Diver. I probably thought you had a misspelling there when you said diver. I assumed you meant driver.
Right. Yeah, that's okay though. I kind of like that better, because Dipsy Diver kind of reminds me of that day. I almost went into the. And if you fall into Lake Michigan, that water's pretty cold. We usually go the weekend before Labor Day, and depending on how the weather was, you won't last in the water very long. So, well, anyway, yeah, I've been trying to get on that Facebook thing, and I don't know what's going out on my phone, but it keeps coming up with an error. Try again later. So I tried all weekend. I even tried again this morning. I don't know. If I could prove it, well, my phone, it's an i7, iPhone 7. It's, getting old, but it worked fine. I liked the features it had, but when we got Wi-Fi like about a month and a half ago, I said, oh, okay, it asked for an update, so I updated it, and some of the changes I really didn't care for. Some were okay, but I think, was that Steve Jobs there? I think he purposely put something in there where you can't, like, I even tried to get on Rumble just, in case you guys get on there, and I couldn't even get on that. So I think, boy, if I could prove it, I think when you do an update, he kind of makes you want to get a new phone. I don't know. If I could prove that, I bet I could start putting $2.5 million on a football game or something. But, well, anyway, it was good to talk to you. I just wanted to say hello to Norman. He's got a YouTube channel, and he's got some pretty good videos. There are some older cars and older steam engine trains, and, of course, he does that scrap there. It's Norman Ott there on YouTube. Mm-hmm. He's got some pretty cool videos. So, and also anybody that's out there listening that hasn't called you, you should call in. Steve is very easy to talk to. I enjoy it. I haven't called in a little bit here, but give Steve a call, especially today. So, sometimes, I called and the line would be busy. But, like you said, Monday's maybe a little bit slower. So, well, okay, I'll let you go. I think I got both eyes open now. I had 2 cups of coffee, like Barry would say, half cup coffee, half eye open, and take it from there. So, okay, Steve, I'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you very much, Dipsy Driver, a.k.a. the Dipsy Diver. Okay. How about that? All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Hello to Bolt. Good morning, Steve. Bolt checking in. Cut off a wet 35 degrees at the home 20 in Delray, West Virginia. I spun out in my yard with the truck in 4-wheel drive, so definitely not a fun way to get home. Another interesting night at work as, the next possible DA of the week decides to run from the police on foot when there's 3 already there and another with the canine on the way. Let's just say that didn't last long, and he's currently in jail for a multitude of things. Everybody have a safe, wonderful night out there. All right, thank you very much, Bolt. Careful driving in that slick stuff out there. And Dipsy mentioned the Detroit Boat Show, so I did a quick search as we were talking there. Making a comeback for the first time since the pandemic, the Detroit Boat Show. It was in full throttle. Showcase among the top in the country based on size, attendance, and sales. In fact, the boating industry in Michigan brings over $7 billion to the state's economy. And that number is expected to grow even further thanks to the up-and-coming electric boat market. There it is, electric boats. Michigan is also the 3rd largest marine market in the country, behind Florida and Texas. All right, a proud Michigander, Jesse Sacker, showed up with the entire family. They say they have 6 boats in total, and an electric boat will be their next purchase because it's the future. You don't have fuel, you don't have smells. The maintenance, everything about electric seems to be a better way to go, according to John. At the boat show, enthusiasts can find 2 100% electric boats at the X-Shore display area. In fact, the X-Shore 1 is making its American debut. And, that's, like the X1. A typical combustion engine model would probably cost you maybe $150, $200 to fill it up. And you're going to pay $7 to $14 for a full charge. So there's a significant savings on the electric versus the gas side. But performance as well, the acceleration and torque they produce is amazing, according to Elk Rapids Marina. According to the Future Insights research, the global electric boat market value is expected or projected to increase from over $5 billion to $19 billion in the next 10 years. John said things would have been even better if we didn't have all the supply chain issues. Looking back at things 3 to 5 years ago, we thought we'd be way further ahead right now, but it's coming. It'll be here. We have high-speed charging stations that are rapidly being deployed across Elk Rapids area, and we will be deploying them across the state as well. Electric boats. Okay, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, 22 past the hour. On a Monday, yes indeed, and plenty of room for you. Anybody else checking in on the stream chat? Hey, there's Billy Lennig. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. 52 degrees, little drizzle in Wilson, North Carolina. Have a great day. Let's see. Colleen, good morning, Steve. Colleen and Joe at Cripple Creek, Colorado, at the 10,000-foot level. Okay, what's the snow depth on those mountains at the 10,000-foot level? I bet it's plenty deep. Good morning, Sylvester. Hi, Steve. 75 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, with a cloudy sky. Kookaburras arguing in the trees nearby. I look forward to seeing you and the rest of the crew in just over 2 months. Yeah, a lot of changes with people and losing more of our family. I hate it. I get emotional thinking about all we're losing, who all we're losing. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, I'm sure he's referring to the fact that Bubba Bo is under hospice care with the brain cancer diagnosis. I guess technically that diagnosis came down several weeks or months ago. Someone had mentioned it, but I never could get a confirmation. So I hadn't really mentioned it. All right, so prayers for Bubba Bo and the family there. All right. Well, when the gunshots at the electric substations cut power to thousands in North Carolina for several days back in early December, we had discussed that. And many representatives in Congress have been discussing as well. Yeah, we need some protections for our power grid. Representative Ben Moss watched his district full of family farms, small businesses, and a sprawling golf course literally become a ghost town. There was no power. Now, after the latest attack last week on a substation in Randolph County, northeast of Charlotte, Moss is urging fellow lawmakers to prioritize new legislation that would secure the state's critical infrastructure. When the legislation session begins in earnest this week, he's among the first state legislators to propose power grid protections amid a surge in attacks on U.S. substations, primarily for whatever reason in the Carolinas and the Pacific Northwest. The recent attacks in Moore County, North Carolina,
Others in Washington, Oregon, South Carolina, Nevada have really underscored the vulnerability of this far-flung electric grid, which security experts have long warned could be a target for domestic extremists. Lawmakers in at least 2 affected states, that's North and South Carolina, have begun proposing some remedies. I don't want to see anybody else go through what Moore County did, according to Moss. Of course, he's a 2024 candidate for state labor commissioner whose district saw a peak of more than 45,000 customers losing power. You know, when the power goes out, you don't have heat, you can't cook food, you can't get fuel, you can't get some medications. Moss is drafting legislation in its primary form that would require utilities to provide 24-hour security at substations that transform high-voltage electricity into the lower voltages that power the communities. Security positions or provisions would vary from site to site, some of which are already gated with nearby cameras, while others are much more exposed, he said. He considers the bill a kind of a conversation opener. Let's start talking about this. Yeah, with the utilities and the security experts to help maybe identify some cost-effective defenses that wouldn't necessarily drive up the customer prices for their utility bills. Increased surveillance. There's still questions that linger about the Moore County shootings. The FBI is still seeking information, and to date, there have been no arrests in that particular attack. All right, so yeah, that needs to be a discussion around the country. These things, Pappy shared the numbers. When you get down to it, there's more than 100 and some odd attacks in various forms on the power grid last year. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle, if you're hanging with us, got you coming up next here. See who else jumps on the line here on a Monday morning. Real quick, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration at a dance studio in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. At least 10 others were wounded. An apparent targeted attack at a Baton Rouge bar left at least a dozen people wounded by gunfire. 9 victims have non-life-threatening injuries, police say. One congressman says the U.S. should send at least 1 tank to Ukraine to push Germany to send its own fleet. Appearing on ABC's This Week, Texas Republican Michael McCall said Germany is waiting for the U.S. to take the lead. The matchups are set for the NFC and AFC championship games. The Eagles will host the Niners, who beat the Cowboys on Sunday night. The AFC pits Cincinnati against Kansas City. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search GlucoDown, GLUCO, down.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back here. Hello to Sean Johns, checking in with 62 degrees in Wildwood, Florida. And we got about half that in Southwest Ohio. All right, let's get back to our calls here. Eagle been hanging in there a bit. Morning, Eagle. How was your weekend?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. I'm out here on the road right now driving. I took a little bit of time to watch the football game. I had to go to a sports bar to watch it. You know something, Steve, before I get started, you know what's really aggravating? People, I know everybody don't like sports, but people that try to bring other people down, because they don't like the game. I was in the sports bar today, and And you know, a lot of the girls that work there, a lot of the girls that work there, they don't even know who's playing in the ball game. You know, one of the waitresses that came to my table, she said that she said, well, I don't care about football. You know, I'm just here to make money. And, they have real nasty attitudes, and, they're just not really interested in the ball game. I'm like, why would you work at a sports bar if you didn't like sports? She doesn't understand what a touchdown is. She doesn't know who's playing in the ball game. It just aggravates. It seemed like you would, if I had a sports bar, I would hire people that work there that like sports, so that would help the customer, so you could have a conversation with the customers. That make the guy come back and want to spend more money. But when you got a guy telling you that he don't want to, that he's just there for the money and he don't give a damn who win the game, don't even know what the score is and don't care what the score is. That I don't particularly like that. But yeah, it was a decent ball game. I watched the Cincinnati game. It's the first time I've seen a snow game in a while. I had known that. I had checked the weather report when I talked to you last time on Wednesday or Thursday, so I knew it was going to possibly snow. For that ball game, I think that's the reason why Buffalo had a hard time. They offense couldn't get nothing going. But like I say, people don't realize that Joe Burrow, they think that because he played for LSU that he's a Southern boy, that he was born. But Joe Burrow comes from Ohio, so he's used to the snow and ice. Since I think he grew up close to the Cincinnati area, so so it wasn't no big deal for him to play in the snow today. He's well adjusted to that. So like I say, hopefully Cincinnati, can get over the top this time. They made it to the Super Bowl last year. Hopefully they can bring the championship back. But finally, after a long thing, Cincinnati never won a championship. So hopefully they can get the job done this time, whoever they play in the Super Bowl, if they make it. Because Kansas City, it ain't no guarantee that Kansas City going to be ready, because their quarterback, he got injured on Saturday. I don't know, his leg. So he didn't look too good. He was limping around pretty bad. So we'll see how it goes the rest of the week. But it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if he don't show up on next week to play. If he don't play, and I don't think there's no way they can beat. I don't think Kansas City can beat Cincinnati without him on the field. So we'll see if he shows up next week. But like I said, I'm going for Cincinnati. So like I said, I used to live there when I was a kid. So it's been a long time. So hopefully Cincinnati can get over the top this time and bring a championship back. But yeah. See, I wanted to talk to you about a couple other things right quick about this incident that took place in California. This guy who shot 20 people, and they claimed that it was an Asian guy. I still ain't seen no photograph of this guy. I don't know if you've seen anything, but
yeah, he was 72 years old. Eagle. That's the odd thing about it. Yeah, it was an Asian. There are some photos available. Yep. Yeah.
Well, they said that he attempted to he tried to do another mass murder, but they said that the people in the other location that he went to took the gun away from him. I think that's how they identified him. They got the prints off of that gun. They said that he was going to try to have another shooting, and somehow the people in this other place that he went to somehow fought him off and he lost control of the gun. And I think that's probably might have got his fingerprints off of that gun, because Los Angeles is a big place. And, when I listened to the news conference this morning, they had at 11 o'clock, and the only thing they said they had was an Asian man between 30 and 50, and he's driving a white van. You know how many white vans is in Los Angeles area. So I'm pretty sure that they probably got the prints off of his gun. But like I say, I'm glad that it ended with him. They claim that he committed suicide. That's what they say, but I'm not too sure about that. But it doesn't matter if the police killed him or if he killed himself. He's no longer with us, and that's a good thing, because he took 10 lives, they say. I don't know what's going to happen to these other 10 people in the hospital. Hopefully they can get through this deal. But, unnecessarily, he took people's lives. So I don't have no sympathy whatsoever for this guy. I'm just glad that, that they apprehended him and got him got him under control, got that situation under control. But Steve, it's looking worse and worse. It's looking worse, and I just want to tell people, Joe Biden, Steve. A lot of people say Joe Biden has memory loss. Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. Joe Biden has been giving the American people warning signs over the last couple of weeks. People say he's just making a mispronouncement of words when he's talking about Kamala. Several times Joe Biden has announced Kamala as the president of the United States of America instead of saying vice president. Those are hints to the American people that Joe Biden will not be in power too much longer, because they're finding more and more, whether it's a frame job, whether he's been set up or what, they're finding more and more evidence of Joe Biden with these secret documents. Classified documents, and he had the nerve to say a couple of weeks ago that he is cooperating with the news media and everybody, FBI, and they claim that the FBI went to his home over the weekend and found more classified documents, and some of these documents go all the way back to when he was in Congress. When he first was getting into Washington, that don't sound like he cooperating to me, Steve. If you don't have that classified documents for over 30 or 40 years, it don't seem to me that don't sound like somebody who's cooperating with the government to me. But like I say, they're trying to say that it's a different situation between Trump and Biden. That Trump didn't cooperate with the FBI. That's why they stormed his house. Well, that's a lie. Joe Biden is not cooperating either. Did you see his press conference, Steve? He's not answering the questions from the media. He told the lady the other day that he need to find something else to talk about, and he's using the same lame excuse that his lawyers, now he's saying his lawyers are telling him not to talk, that his lawyers are going to do all the talking. That's his way of trying to, he knows that he's in hot water by saying that his lawyers told him not to say anything about this case. Okay, and then you got the press secretary. This, like I say, I told you that months ago, Steve. I can't even watch the press secretary. I can't even watch one of her press conferences. It's really, really sad what this woman does, and she has to come up on that podium and tell lie after lie after lie. And that one guy that always questions her, she's getting so bad now, Steve, that she'll try to skip over him. She'll say, "Well, you already asked the question, and I'm gonna let somebody else answer." But she don't even want this man to ask her a question because he knows that he's gonna put her on the hot seat, and she has no answer for what this man has to say. And like I said before, she ought to go ahead and just resign in disgrace, because she is a national embarrassment for the United States and the speaker to come out there and do what she do. And like I say, it just makes me sick. But like I say, Joe Biden, he finally got caught, Steve. Hopefully we'll see if justice is done this time. He's got a lot of things in his favor. But as far as the way I see it, the Republicans, they need to start impeachment processes as soon as possible. And because I'm gonna repeat myself one more time to any Democrats that's listening into your show tonight, because if Donald Trump was in the White House and he had done the same thing while he was president, you could bet your last dollar that they would be starting impeachment processes on him with Nancy Pelosi. She tried to start it with just a phone call to Ukraine, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, have a good Monday. Be safe out there. And yeah, he is correct. They did indeed. Just like almost on a daily basis, you find out that they found more classified documents. They found, a half dozen more over the weekend, as apparently the Department of Justice actually searched Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware. There's now talk of their possibly going to his other home in Delaware, because it seems like everywhere they're going right about now, they're finding additional. It's not like there's cases or boxes of documents, but again, a half dozen here, a half dozen there, a dozen here. I'll give you the latest on that coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Since we're just getting the week started, maybe you didn't pay much attention to what was happening in the news, right? Because you got to find a time to kind of get away from it all. But the FBI searched Joe Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware on Friday, and indeed located additional documents with classified markings. They also took possession of some of his handwritten notes, according to the president's lawyer Saturday. Now, this wasn't like when they went to Mar-a-Lago with a warrant and kind of raided the home. Apparently, they say the president voluntarily allowed the FBI into his home, which, technically speaking, Donald Trump had done that at Mar-a-Lago, right? Yeah, they had gone there. He allowed them to come in, showed them the closet, and they knew documents were there. But they just, at that point in time, simply said, hey, can you put a better lock on the closet, whatever the case was, and then proceeded to actually come in and hold the raid a week or so later. So I'm not sure what the big difference here is, but okay, January 12th, of course, this is all compounding the embarrassment that started on the 12th when we found a small number of classified records at the Penn Biden Center. Since then, attorneys found 6 classified documents in Biden's Wilmington home library from when he was vice president. Biden continues to say, well, there's no there. But with each additional discovery, it's becoming a more political liability, undercutting his efforts to portray an image of propriety to the American public. Now, during Friday's search, which lasted nearly 13 hours, they say, the FBI took 6 items that contained documents with classified markings, according to his personal lawyer. This time, items spanning all the way back to the time he was in the Senate, as well as the vice presidency, while the notes dated to his time as vice president. Now, the level of classification or whether the documents removed remained classified or not immediately clear as the Justice Department reviews the records. Assistant U.S. Attorney confirming Saturday the FBI had executed a planned consensual search of the president's residence in Wilmington. President and the First Lady were not home when it was searched. They were spending the weekend at their home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, which I believe that's the location where they're now discussing possibly going to look for documents there. Speaking to reporters on a trip to California Thursday, Biden said, "I'm fully cooperating and looking forward to getting this resolved. We found a handful of documents were filed in the wrong place. We turned them over to the archives in the Justice Department. Still remains to be seen whether additional searches of other locations might be conducted." Now, supposedly, his personal attorneys have already conducted a search of that beach residence and said they didn't find any official documents or classified records there. So they said. But if they did, would they have actually said anyway? I don't know. I think Pappy's the one that brought it up here a few weeks ago. He said, "Steve, just watch. When the mainstream media or the Democrats themselves turn on Biden, that's when it's pretty much over." And it appears that process has begun. Senior Democrats dismayed by a steady stream of startling disclosures, expressing criticism Sunday of how President Biden handled classified material after leaving as vice president. Disappointment that the White House has not been more forthcoming with the public. Lawmakers who might have anticipated questions focusing on the debt limit or Ukraine aid when they were booked last week for the Sunday news shows found themselves being quizzed about the latest developments in the document drama. The search of Biden's home in Wilmington. Additional documents with classified markings. So Senator Dick Durbin, again, had been scheduled to appear on one of those, I guess. He says Biden should be embarrassed by the situation. He's the second-ranking Democrat in the Senate, adding that the president had ceded the moral high ground on an issue that has already entangled former President Trump. All right, well, of course, let's be honest about it. When that information is found, it diminishes the stature of any person who's in possession of it because it's not supposed to happen. The elected official bears ultimate responsibility, said Durbin. Senator Joe Manchin said Biden should have a lot of regrets. You just might as well say, listen, it's irresponsible. The president told reporters on Thursday that he had no regrets over how and when the public learned about the documents. And that's when he said there's no there. Despite their criticism, Biden's fellow Democrats defended what they said is his cooperation with the Department of Justice. As the search for additional classified material continues to unfold, trying to say you can't compare this with Trump. Trump's resistance to the efforts to recover hundreds of documents after he had left office. Now, it's outrageous that either occurred, said Durbin, but the reaction by the former president and the current president could not be in sharper contrast. Biden voluntarily allowed the FBI into his home Friday. Lack of a warrant doesn't dim the extraordinary nature of the search, though. It kind of compounds the embarrassment that started earlier in January. All right, so it goes on and on. Then we got on the line, back to the phones at 844-844-3388. Okay, not seeing a name. Who we got?
This is Philip. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Philip?
How's it going?
How was your weekend? Short and sweet, or work?
Just work.
Yep.
And I'm going to make a little comment about the deal with Biden and Trump as far as that, too, with these things. On Biden's behalf, when you're elected as a president, you're held to a higher standard. When you go into office anywhere, you're held to a higher standard. So they can go in and search your place anytime they want to, and that's why he willingly did it. He's held to a higher standard. As far as President Trump, or former President Trump is, he used his right, as any of America, to, if you want to come in my place, you better have a warrant. He used that right. He did nothing wrong. He used the right. Everybody has that right, right, Steve?
Correct.
I mean, when they come in to search your house, I want you to have a warrant and, pursue it legally the right way. And he did his right. Now, what's the difference between the two? They found documents in both their houses. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But as far as Biden goes, when you're elected as an elected official, you're held to a higher standard because of that, and you will be under the microscope at any given time you're in office. That's the way it works. I don't care if you're a mayor. I don't care if you're a dog catcher and you're elected, or you're the president. You're held to a higher standard. Am I right for saying that, Steve?
That sounds correct. Yep.
And that's the way it is. I mean, look at the governor down here. He's held to a higher standard, and there's been some things that he's done that he's been nailed against the wall. He held to a higher standard. I mean, look at the governor in Texas. Look at there's any elected official. I mean, Pelosi. Everybody, she's held to a higher standard. She should know better than what she's doing. Different things that have happened over the years with politics. Well, you got to understand, you're in office, you're held to a higher standard, and understand that if there's any chance that you have something legally that's not right in your house, that it can be looked at by the FBI, Department of Justice.
Isn't that kind of the same thing we say about the professional driver? That the professional driver is held to a higher standard versus the average, everyday automobile driver? Yeah, very true. But we got to pause there. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. The man who fatally shot 10 people in a Southern California dance studio had once been a regular presence at the studio, even meeting his ex-wife there, according to CNN. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in a Los Angeles suburb. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene.
The man was found dead in a white van after a standoff with police in Torrance. One House Republican is calling President Biden a, quote, serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Turner said that's the only reason he could think of as to why they weren't taken out of the classified space. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, weighed in on NBC's Meet the Press.
To put those in unsecured spaces is irresponsible.
Senator Chris Coons says the discovery of classified documents in President Biden's possession will not be a deciding issue for voters in the next election.
What's going to matter going forward is how this is handled, and President Biden has fully and promptly cooperated.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Delaware Democrat says the issue is not one keeping Americans up at night, like the day-to-day concerns like inflation and the cost of prescription drugs. I'm Dave Collins.
Sports, the NFL's Final Four is set. The San Francisco 49ers have a return engagement to the NFC Championship. Getting past the Cowboys Sunday night 19-12, they'll visit the top-seeded Eagles on Sunday. The Chiefs and Bengals will meet for the right to represent the AFC in Super Bowl 57. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court's landmark Roe v. Wade decision.
Here and now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right.
During a speech on Sunday in Florida, Harris announced that President Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. What to do when it comes to exercising and feeling sleepy?
Should you work out when you're tired? The simple answer, yes. 1 in 3 Americans are sleep deprived. But according to Dr. Phyllis Zee, director of the Center for Circadian and Sleep Medicine at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine in Chicago, it's a perfect cycle. First, there is clear data to show that regular exercise improves sleep quality. Research also shows that if you sleep better, you're more likely to exercise. So, even if you had a bad night's sleep, you should maintain your physical activity. I'm Corey Myers.
At the movies, there's no stopping James Cameron's Avatar sequel, The Way of Water. It soaked up another $19.5 million across theaters in the U.S. and Canada. It's been number 1 each of the 6 weeks since its release. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish came in second, while horror comedy Megan was in third place. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Another hour. Yeah, we welcome those on the West Coast into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Guess most of the football fans out there got to be pulling for those 49ers. Last West Coast team still in the mix, because we're down to 4. Those 49ers will take on the Eagles next weekend. Of course, Bengals versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Winners of each respective game, of course, are Super Bowl bound. How about that? All right, get a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country coming up here. First, let me get back to Philip in Florida, on his way into the office this morning.
Yeah, it's a little wet out here, Steve. It had a little bit of light rain overnight. Did you see that on the radar?
I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to Florida. I've been focused on the Northeast.
Yeah, had a little bit of rain last night. It wasn't too bad. But it's fast, and congratulations on your football thing there, Steve. Bengals go and do it again, huh?
I
think they'll get up in there?
Well, they're in the Final Four, so they've already accomplished a lot. Kansas City, they've got 2 more games to win, right? Kansas City, and then, I don't know. Can they take it all the way this year? We came that close last year.
Yeah. They did good. They played good. I thought Buffalo would do pretty good in that snow game, but I didn't get to see the whole game. I just saw a piece of it, but it was coming down pretty good out there. They were playing in Buffalo, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, they were.
Oh, wow. I thought those guys from Buffalo could have handled it. Kind of reminded me, remember back a long time ago, the Green Bay games when at Lambeau with the snow and whatnot. But today's going to be really something to watch as far as SpaceX goes, Steve. Today and tomorrow. Supposed to do the wet dress rehearsal on the Starship today, and then possibly fire up 33 engines tomorrow. They might do it today. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. Did you hear anything about that?
I didn't realize that time was getting close. I mean, so when you static fire 30 some engines, how do you keep that thing from lifting off?
Okay, so when they first did the test with just the Starship by itself, not the booster, they chained it up. They used chains but this time, the way that pad is set up is it has a set, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's kind of like claws that go in and hold the bottom of that booster. And they tested those claws a bunch before they even thought about doing even any of the static fires with it. They're like, it's kind of hard to explain, but they're like blocks that go in at the sides, and they actually go in grooves that hold that booster down on the pad, so it can't move.
Okay.
And they're also going to have those, they call them the chopsticks. They're those arms that they're going to eventually catch the booster with, but they're also going to have those up there. I'm not sure if they're going to keep them tight though. When that thing launches, those will be up there, and they're going to swing away, and it will take off, and everything will go. And that's the same way with those. I call it like a claw, but if you saw all the shows on YouTube about it and all the people that are covering out there, it's kind of like a hand that's grabbing the bottom of that booster and keeping it from going. They've been testing all the suppression, everything the last few days. But this wet dress rehearsal, that means we're going to fill it up. You remember when Artemis had all those problems with the leaks?
Yes.
And they found them initially before it launched? What they're doing today is going to be like with that deal with Artemis. They're going to basically fill the whole thing up full of fuel, pressure test it. If that works out, then we're going to do the 33 engines all at once. It'll probably be the biggest, well, it is the biggest rocket, but it's going to be the most amount of those rocket engines going at one time. That's going to be a lot of thrust. And they're only going to do it for maybe 3 seconds.
Right.
It won't be longer than 2 or 3 seconds. Because, you can't, I don't care what anybody says, that thing holding it still hasn't got enough power. I don't think it has enough power to hold it with all those at full thrust. I don't think so. It's just too much heat and too much different things going on with it. But it's going to be really cool when we see it. And I want to know what kind of noise comes off of it, because that's a lot of power out there. That Artemis is a lot of power, but this thing is a lot more than that. So it's going to be really cool to see when it happens. So that's all I got today, Bud. And one thing I do want to comment, though, is, Steve, do you think we're going to go in a recession?
I mean, to some form, at least. Hopefully not a deep recession, but I think, to some extent, a lot of folks think we've already kind of been in one. But
well, my reason I'm asking this is we all got to do our taxes pretty soon, and the tax codes have changed, and there's going to be a lot of people out there paying taxes that don't normally pay taxes, especially a lot of the folks that, I think essentially this tax period, we're going to be paying for the DEO period that we had in 2020. So, I mean, there's a lot of average people out here, run-of-the-mill Joes, that are going to be doing a lot of taxes for the country. And I think the middle class is going to get really hit hard. I mean, hard. And not to mention, have you seen the layoffs at the big, tech things going on, like
Yeah.
Facebook and
Somebody was it 10,000 jobs? Who was that? Apple or?
it was Facebook. Facebook's let a bunch go. There's going to be a lot of layoffs in the big tech sector. It just never happened. It's never happened. So I think that you're going to see a lot of big companies. Their stocks are down right now, including the one I work for, or I should say one of the ones I work for. But it's going to be crazy. I think we're going to be in a pretty good recession within a few months, and hopefully. And the situation with Russia threatening, did you see that where Russia's threatening anybody that's helping Ukraine out, or is it just a smokescreen? What do you think?
I mean, they've been threatening and continue threatening. But yeah, I guess one of the top military guys said something about, I guess they've sent weapons over there that if they end up, I guess they must be some sort of tactical nukes or something, which he's, threatening the U.S. if we send the tanks and all that like they're talking about, that it may be like a global catastrophe.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's why Germany has kind of backed off the deal with the tanks. And I think that's why Germany don't want to do it, because they don't want to get involved with that mess. And I think that's why, because Germany, the second they let them have them tanks, every country that has that tank, when Germany gives the okay, will be able to send those to Ukraine. And Poland's waiting. Poland's waiting for them to say yes. And when they say yes, they're going to give them the tanks. I mean, it's just a matter of Germany letting it go because it's their tank and they developed it and everything. But it's a crazy situation. So that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good one. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Philip. In Florida, 17 past the hour. All right, I see. Horse feathers. We still have an issue. If you could do the, that 6-7 thing, if you know what I mean, that would be beneficial. I know Josh actually got a hold of the people there at Call-In Studio, and he was actually able to send them a copy of one of the calls, and they said, oh, that is a problem. That's a new one. And he was working on trying to debug it, as he said, before we got on tonight. But obviously it didn't get fixed just yet. So he'll dial us back up here momentarily. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. I'm looking at some of the layoff numbers here, what Philip was just asking about. From a couple of days ago, just last week, Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, Microsoft, and Vox Media announced layoffs that will affect more than 22,000 workers. Now, that on the heels of job cuts earlier this month. I mean, these are layoffs just so far this year. Amazon, Goldman Sachs, Salesforce. More companies are expected to do the same as firms aggressively hired over the last 2 years kind of slam on the brakes or, in many cases, actually shift into reverse. These cutbacks in sharp contrast to last year, which had the second highest level job gains with 4.5 million. But last year's job numbers began falling as the year went on. December's job report showing the lowest monthly gains in 2 years. Highest level of hiring occurred in 2021. But, of course, that came on the heels of the first year of the pandemic when the country effectively shut down. The 9.3 million jobs were lost. Now, the current layoffs are among multiple industries, from media firms to Wall Street. But so far, it's hitting the big tech companies especially hard. That's a contrast from job losses during the pandemic. That point in time saw consumers' buying habits shifting toward online sales. So the tech firms actually went into a hiring spree. But now workers returning to their offices and in-person shopping is bouncing back in the
Add in the increasing likelihood of a recession, higher interest rates, and tepid demand due to rising prices. The tech businesses are slashing their costs. January has been filled with headlines announcing job cuts at one company after another. They list some of the big companies so far. Alphabet announced on that. That's Google's parent company, by the way. Alphabet announced Friday they're laying off 12,000 workers across product areas. And we're talking like 6% of their workforce. They've added 50,000 workers in the past 2 years. But so 12,000. Microsoft is laying off 10,000 employees. Vox Media, the publisher of the news and opinion website known as Vox, the website, The Verge and New York Magazine, announced they're cutting 7% of their staff. That's about 130 people. BlackRock layoffs are hitting Wall Street hard. The world's largest asset manager is eliminating 500 jobs. That's less than 3% of their workforce. Goldman Sachs, will lay off up to 3,200 workers this month. Coinbase, the crypto brokerage, said they're cutting 950 people, almost 1 in 5 employees in their workforce. That moved just a few months after Coinbase laid off 1,100 people. McDonald's, which thrived during the pandemic, is planning on cutting some of their corporate staff. Stitch Fix, the online personalized subscription clothing retailer, plans to lay off 20% of their salaried staff. Amazon, as the new year began, Amazon said they plan to lay off more than 18,000 employees. From human resources to the Amazon stores to be affected. And there's Salesforce will cut about 10% of their workforce from their more than 70,000 employees. So that would translate to about 7,000 workers. It's just, they've been telling us for a while that this might be on the horizon, a.k.a. recession. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And a little bit of an update on remember the 6-year-old that took a gun to school and shot his elementary school teacher?
How many times have we heard where teachers have gone to the principal or the superintendent with, expressing concerns about an individual student and whatnot, and it just seems to get kind of brushed under the rug, and that appears to somewhat be the case here. Officials at the elementary school in Newport News, Virginia, where the first grade teacher was shot by her 6-year-old student, apparently downplayed some of the previous complaints issued by that teacher about the boy. According to a Washington Post report over the weekend, Abigail Zwerner is 25 years old. The teacher reportedly raised concerns and requested help from school officials related to the boy's behavior, which apparently included a threat to light a teacher on fire and watch her die. Now, what kind of a 6-year-old would even think of such a thing? She said the issue was dismissed. According to messages from fellow teachers obtained by the Post, Zwerner was teaching a first-grade class when the boy pulled out a 9mm handgun owned by his mother and fired at her, hitting her first through her hand that she held up in a defensive posture and then in her upper chest. Now, she is now in stable condition, has been praised for escorting all of her students out of the classroom to safety even after she had been shot, as another school employee rushed in and physically restrained the boy. It's Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News has since faced criticism for their handling of the shooting that the authorities have deemed intentional, obviously. Parents are reportedly outraged when the superintendent said the school had received a tip that the boy had a gun that day, but failed to uncover the weapon after searching his school bag. Wow. Newport News police chief said that authorities were not alerted to the tip. Now, police and school officials have not answered questions related to the boy's behavior, and Fox News Digital could not reach the teacher, Zwerner, for comment. So it's an ongoing investigation, and the boy remains in emergency custody at a medical facility following a detention order. The family of the student spoke out for the first time last week and said that the gun had been secured before the boy took it to school. Now, what does that mean? If it was secured, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it. If it were in, say, a gun safe, unless he knew the combination or knew where the key was, they didn't say how it was secured. They simply said, our heart goes out to the teacher and we pray for her healing in the aftermath of such an unimaginable tragedy, as she selflessly served our son and the children in the school. Our family has always been committed to responsible gun ownership and keeping firearms out of the reach of children. They didn't elaborate again. How was the gun secured? But there you go. We get a news break, and back to your calls ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration at a dance studio in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. At least 10 others were wounded. An apparent targeted attack at a Baton Rouge bar left at least a dozen people wounded by gunfire. 9 victims have non-life-threatening injuries, police say. One congressman says the U.S. should send at least one tank to Ukraine to push Germany to send its own fleet. Appearing on ABC's This Week, Texas Republican Michael McCall said Germany is waiting for the U.S. to take the lead. The matchups are set for the NFC and AFC championship games. The Eagles will host the Niners, who beat the Cowboys on Sunday night. The AFC pits Cincinnati against Kansas City. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search Glucodown, GLUCO, down.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you so much. Welcome back. Hello to Mike. Sent me an email over the weekend. Little things to talk about. And it's kind of like a little question and answer session, nothing long. But number one question was, the FBI raided your house. takes your computers, then comes back 24 hours later with all your computer equipment and even sets it all back up for you and tells you they hit the wrong house. Do you keep your equipment or throw it away? The response, the answer says, get rid of it all. Do not set it up. Do not turn it on. Don't even touch it if you can help it. In fact, I would reject the delivery. Whether you do anything illegal or not, you don't know what they did to the equipment. Yeah, there are viruses and things that can be done to the hardware that not even antivirus will catch. You don't want to risk your network and personal information for anything that they may have done with your equipment. Very interesting little question there, and I thought I'd share that. Meanwhile, let me see. Get back to the calls. We'll get to the anonymous hippopotamus coming up here. I think Eagle is back on board. Yes, sir. What you got for us, Eagle?
Yeah, I thought about something else after I had hung up with you, Steve. I wanted to talk about this other situation that's going on. I forgot what the hell it was now, but let me see. Let me go back. Yeah, let me go back to what I was saying about the what the hell? I don't know what. Lost track of mine. Okay, I got it now. Okay, I had dozed off. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you, Steve, about this other situation that's going on with the out in California with the homeless deal that's going on with the homeless people in California due to the high inflation rate and all the people that's out there living on the streets in California. And you go back over to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, same deal. People living out on the streets. They call them working poor nowadays, Steve. The price of food and clothing and everything has gone to be ridiculous prices nowadays, and a lot of people can't afford a place to live now. It's really a bad situation that's going on, and it don't. Like one guy asked you, one of your callers a few minutes ago asked you about if the U.S. gonna go into these problems. Yep, well, I think we're already into these problems now. What's going on? Like I said, everything, and the price don't look like it's going down. That's the bad part about it, Steve. Looks like we're going to be stuck with these sky-high prices for a long time. And it really shouldn't be that way. But nowadays, like you look at the trucking industry, everything is expensive. The food you got to pay for. These truck stops, they got the nerve. They trying to rob the truck drivers, Steve. They want you to pay to park your truck. Nowadays, some of these people charging $15, $20 to park overnight. Then you got to pay to take a shower, which could be another $20. Then you still got to pay to get you something to eat, which is another $20 or $30. So in one night at a truck stop, Steve, you could spend close to $80 to $100 in one night at a truck stop for these three things. So it's hard. It's hard for a lot of truck drivers to make it, especially if your company is not paying decent money. It's hard to live out here on the road. People think it's easy, but it's getting more and more ridiculous to try to sustain out here. And it's not really fair to the truck drivers. And it used to be, you used to be able to go to Walmart, Steve, and that used to be the saving grace for truck drivers. Go in and get some cheap stuff and put it in your truck food. Now you can't even do that no more. You talking about the price of eggs, the price of milk, cereal, you name it, is sky high. So something's got to change in America real soon. We're gonna have more and more homeless people on the streets of America. So hopefully they can do something about it, because I hate to see the U.S. in this state of mind. But one other thing I wanted to say right quick, Steve, about good old Joe Biden right quick. You say that Joe Biden, the FBI, went to his home on Friday and looking for more documents. Looking for more documents at his home,
Mm-hmm.
and you said that they may have some other locations that they go take a look at. I believe that they're going to find more documents, Steve. More and more documents are going to start appearing. And like I said, more and more documents are going to start appearing, but it's up to the people to see if they go through with what they say they're going to do, if they're going to really, like I said, as my grandfather used to tell me, Steve, when I was a kid, I think it'll be a cold day in hell, really, before they prosecute Joe Biden or try to get him out of the White House. I have to see it to believe it, when it comes to the Democrats or the Republicans. They may find these things, but what are they going to do with the evidence? And that's the big question at this point, Steve. Okay, we got the evidence. Now what are you going to do with it? And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you much, Eagle. Appreciate you checking back in there. All right, let me, who was it? Representative, I believe it was, I have to go back and double check. Said the White House is pretty much stonewalling as far as the documents are concerned. The House Oversight Committee, Ralph Norman, that's the guy. Tell you a bit more about what he had to say coming up here. First of all, let me get back to the anonymous hippopotamus. Yes, horse feathers.
Yeah, that does work better then, doesn't it?
Yes, at the moment I know that they are actually working on it there, so I'll let you know when they get it fixed.
All right. So anyways, last week I believe it was, somebody was asking there about what I believe it's the representative from New York, Long Island there, AOC, that what deal she blew for New York City and state of New York. And that was that Amazon thing, that world headquarters too, that they were debating about whether they were going to put up there or where they're going to put it. And I believe it ended up in northeastern Virginia. And she pretty much sealed the deal that it went to Virginia and didn't come to New York. And as you say, she even got reelected after that.
Well, that's what I was saying. She screwed the region out of I don't know how many jobs they were talking. I think it was thousands of jobs potentially. But then they went on and reelected her anyway.
Yeah. As I say, it was Amazon's world headquarters too. I mean, it wasn't just like an office, a business office, or just a small. It was a world headquarters, and so yeah. So, anyways, here between me and you and maybe a couple listeners here, because I know we don't normally have the full staff of listeners on at this point, although most of them that I do know usually do pick it up in the podcast and try to re-listen to the show. So I got this idea here for you, Steve. Now it might not be competing with the smartest man in the world's ideas that he comes up with in that, but I don't know. When you were a kid, did you have one of them little generator things that you put on your bike wheel so that you could have a headlight and a tail light? And when you pedaled and your car went, bicycle went down the road, you had your light turn on. So most all the vehicles have a trailer hitch in the back there. You got that square receiver that you can put your trailer hitch into, or some people carry a basket or a bike rack or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? That little square box back there. So what would happen if you put a wheel back there that was attached to that square box that would be deployed when you're going down the road, and its only purpose and function, and I admit it would take a little extra power to do because of friction and drag and stuff like that, but its only purpose was to generate electricity. And you plugged it into your electric car so that you could extend your charge while you're going down the road. And I know there's regenerative braking and stuff like that. If you have the electric motors on the wheels, that you'd use regenerative braking like the train does to generate electricity. But that only works when you're slowing down. That doesn't work when you're going, uphill or on the flats when you need to use the power. But this other little device, and I guess if you got to a point that it was too much draw, it could be raised up so it wouldn't be dragging, causing extra friction. But what do you think of an idea like that? Now I'm not in a genius inventor or capability of structurally designing something like that. But what do you think about something like that? That might add just a little bit of extend your drivability, your mileage for these electric cars.
I'm thinking for the true engineers that are out there, they've had to think of those sort of things.
Okay. Well, if anybody has, and they're thinking about it now because of me, you know, the only residual money I'd like to come back to is just go to my Make-A-Wish campaign there and my donation page, and just take whatever residual that Horse Feathers deserves out of this, and just add to my Make-A-Wish page there on my donation page. So, but that's just an idea I had put out there for you there. So anyways, I don't know, just a thought, but you know, maybe you can even install a bike rack on top of it so you can drag a wheel and carry your bicycles on top of it. I don't know. But anyways, now the big thing I wanted to check back in there was AOC and Amazon and all that, because I remember hearing that last week and now talking about all these layoffs. So
hey, we were talking about the electric boats earlier, and you kind of mentioned the fact of what's the first thing you learn? I mean, electricity 101, that electricity and water don't mix well together. Now, I'm thinking for as many automobile fires that we have seen, and one of those, same kind of battery principle, I'm sure, with the electric boat versus the electric car. I know they're supposed to be watertight sealed, but when those cells freak out and spark out and short, obviously it has to burst through because that fire begins blowing out of that How'd you like to be out in the middle of Lake Michigan when your battery fire starts?
Yeah, I think you better make sure you got some sort of dinghy or kayak or something with you, and when that battery does start on fire, you make sure you got the big drain plug in the middle of the boat that you can just pop the cork and just let her go down, because about the only way to get those fires out is actually submerge them in water. Yep. So at least they're out in a big body of water. All they got to do is just make it go down. Maybe carry your 12-gauge shotgun to blast a hole through the bottom or something. I don't know, but that at least they're out in a spot where they can actually do something that. But I don't know. Maybe it'll raise the water temperature. Has anybody thought about that? All these boats burning up and being in the water, that might raise the temperature of the lakes and actually make it bad for the fish. We better have a study. Can we have a federal grant study out there? Should take about $3.4 or $4.5 billion to study the effects of electric boats on the water. There you go. There, we came up with a couple things tonight for these electric stuff.
I'll sit back and wait for the first news report that I can share of an electric boat battery doing its thing. And down she goes, right? All right, about 12 before the hour. We've cleared the lines. It's 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Anybody else been kind of curious as to why so much time had passed from the initial discovery of classified documents at the Biden Penn Center, or Penn Biden Center, whatever they call it? I mean, they discovered those documents even before the midterm elections. New York Times reporting on Friday that President Biden and at least 4 of his advisors and top lawyers did not actively consider going public with knowledge that classified documents had been found at the Penn Biden Center. Times reports that initial discussions after allegedly stumbling across confidential documents 6 days before the midterms were confined to a tight circle, including the husband and wife pair of Bob Bauer, the president's top personal lawyer, as well as Anita Dunn, a White House senior advisor, Stuart Dellery, the White House counsel, and Richard Sauber, a White House lawyer overseeing the response to investigations. According to people familiar with the situation, for the inner circle, there was no hesitation in informing the National Archives and Records Administration of the mishandled documents on November the 4th, 2 days after the discovery. But as the Time notes, the idea of the inner circle preemptively making the discoveries public doesn't even seem to have been seriously considered. In Mr. Biden's case, advisors thought the very act of publicizing the discovery of documents would actually create a political furor that would make the appointment of a special counsel unavoidable. They reasoned that the discovery of documents long after leaving office was not that unusual, and there was no intent to violate the rules on classified papers. Yeah, that's generally handled without conflict, so the only thing that would create legal exposure would be actually drawing public attention to it. Yeah, boy, according to the video from Now This News last week, while touring storm damage in California, Biden said, as we found, a handful of documents were filed in the wrong place. Looking forward to getting this resolved quickly. I think you're going to find there's no there. Nothing there. I have no regrets. I'm following what the lawyers have told me to do and want me to do. That's exactly what we're doing. There's no there there. Now, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida suggests that the situation was constructed artificially, as he thinks, as a means to oust the president, or if not oust him, at least deter him from running again in 24. And if I had my best guess, that's my internal gut feeling, that they definitely don't run again in 24. I can't imagine, I don't know, who in their right mind, or would it really even make a difference? If you think about it, how many of us have said Biden's not really running the show anyway? I'm thinking, though, if you oust Biden, you've got Kamala Harris. Would there be any difference in whoever is actually holding the puppet strings behind the scenes if Kamala Harris were to step into the front? I don't know that there would be. All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news break, after which we'll get to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, here's the rest of the story. It was Representative Ralph Norman said this past day that the White House is stonewalling when it comes to the classified documents that are being revealed. More and more locations that we're now finding. Every time I see pictures of his house, it must be 7,000 feet. The South Carolina Republican said on Wake Up America, how did the lawyers and the Department of Justice know where to look? What about the other 2 or 3 houses that I believe he owns? He said he also wants to know why Biden's lawyers were looking for documents, but when it came to former President Trump, you had the sirens blaring. You had the FBI. You had the CNN cameras. But with Biden, all of a sudden, they're turning up documents. Now, the FBI was involved in the search on Friday at Wilmington, Delaware, but it was lawyers. That's the ones who were reporting documents dating back to Biden's time as vice president, and in the case of Friday's search, also all the way back to his time in the Senate. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice cannot be trusted to reveal what was in the documents, as this administration, as we've been saying, has weaponized every agency of the government. How did they keep these documents from the American public, seeing as they knew about them on November the 2nd? Well, they did their best to think that they'd be able to keep them concealed forever. That's the answer.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. The man who fatally shot 10 people in a Southern California dance studio had once been a regular presence at the studio, even meeting his ex-wife there, according to CNN. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration in a Los Angeles suburb. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene.
The man was found dead in a white van after a standoff with police in Torrance. One House Republican is calling President Biden a, quote, serial classified document hoarder. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Ohio Representative Mike Turner questioned if Biden showed the documents discovered in his private Delaware residence to anyone. Turner said that's the only reason he could think of as to why they weren't taken out of the classified space. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, weighed in on NBC's Meet the Press.
To put those in unsecured spaces is irresponsible.
Senator Chris Coons says the discovery of classified documents in President Biden's possession will not be a deciding issue for voters in the next election.
What's going to matter going forward is how this is handled, and President Biden has fully and promptly cooperated.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Delaware Democrat says the issue is not one keeping Americans up at night, like the day-to-day concerns like inflation and the cost of prescription drugs. I'm Dave Collins.
Sports, the NFL's Final Four is set. The San Francisco 49ers have a return engagement to the NFC Championship. Getting past the Cowboys Sunday night 19-12, they'll visit the top-seeded Eagles on Sunday. The Chiefs and Bengals will meet for the right to represent the AFC in Super Bowl 57. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Vice President Kamala Harris is marking the 50th anniversary of the Supreme Court's landmark Roe v. Wade decision.
Here and now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right.
During a speech on Sunday in Florida, Harris announced that President Biden is issuing a memorandum to further protect access to medication abortion across the country. What to do when it comes to exercising and feeling sleepy?
Should you work out when you're tired? The simple answer, yes. 1 in 3 Americans are sleep deprived. But according to Dr. Phyllis Zee, director of the Center for Circadian and Sleep Medicine at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine in Chicago, it's a perfect cycle. First, there is clear data to show that regular exercise improves sleep quality. Research also shows that if you sleep better, you're more likely to exercise. So, even if you had a bad night's sleep, you should maintain your physical activity. I'm Corey Myers.
At the movies, there's no stopping James Cameron's Avatar sequel, The Way of Water. It soaked up another $19.5 million across theaters in the U.S. and Canada. It's been number 1 each of the 6 weeks since its release. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish came in second, while horror comedy Megan was in third place. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The folks who make truck and tractor pulling happen get down to business at fair conventions across the country. But that doesn't mean we can't also put on shows of wintertime horsepower, as a pair of invitationals in January and March draw ever nearer on the calendar. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's productive off-season continued with stops at the Wisconsin Association of Fairs, Minnesota Federation of County Fairs, Ohio Fair Managers, and Michigan Association of Fairs and Exhibitions conventions all this past week and weekend. Ohio and Michigan comprise 2/3 of the NTPA's most active territory, Region 2, while Wisconsin and Minnesota make up the lion's share of the second most active, Region 3. These conventions follow the Association of Iowa Fairs meeting in December and the Indiana Association of Fairs and Festivals Conference held earlier this month, at which NTPA also had representation. Besides the opportunity these gatherings provide to visit with old and new friends that partner with the NTPA, the events that return or are newly signed will determine a great many of the destinations for NTPA championship pulling in the Midwest in 2023 and beyond. We'll roll out some of the exciting developments for all of these meetings as we analyze the tentative national and state schedules in coming episodes of this report. But right now, it's time to talk about a break in that offseason for some upcoming on-track action in Florida and in Indiana. First, the Ocala Tractor Pull will be presented on Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th by the NTPA and sophomore year member state, the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association. This year's event is a non-points invitational consisting of 3 regional national rules classes, super farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, alongside mid-Florida classes of light limited superstock tractors, modified 2-wheel drive and pro stock 4-wheel drive trucks, naturally aspirated minis, and multi-engine modifieds. Both nights' sessions will begin at 6 p.m. with the gates to the Southeastern Livestock Pavilion in Ocala opening at 3 p.m. If you're in Florida or visiting there that weekend, stop by to get that pulling fix in the middle of a long, cold winter. For more information, visit midfltractorpullers.com. And in mid-March, it's the Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana, for 5 invitational classes over 2 nights, Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Grand National Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors and Regional National Hot Farm and 4.1 Pro Stock tractors will meet up with Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in both sessions beginning at 6 p.m. and will compete at full speed on a regulation 300-plus foot track. Tickets for the Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and admission to the pull will also grant access to the Midday Farm Show held in the adjacent Coliseum building. If you can't make it to Indiana on that last winter weekend, you can watch the event's live multi-camera broadcast at ntpa.tv. And this year, the Shipshewana Spring Nationals may be purchased as part of the yearly pass, which provides live and on-demand access to all Stream 2023 events. Need more info? As always, visit ntpapull.com for event schedules and details, as well as point standings and results throughout the season. reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive. I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Won't be long, and pulling season will be in full swing. You can look at the calendar. We're already final full week of January. Welcome back at that final hour underway, and lines available at 844-844-3388. We've known for years that economists look at the trucking industry as, more often than not, a barometer of where the overall economy is headed, right? When the freight slows down, generally you see that begin to be reflected in the overall economy. Sometimes 60, 90 days later, and vice versa. When trucking is booming, you suddenly see that, hey, things are growing. I don't know if this would be a sign that, at least as far as the trucking industry is concerned, maybe not overly concerned about a potential recession, because recession means things are slowing down, right? A whole lot less freight to be moved. That is not reflected in the numbers as far as trailer orders. As the numbers for December 22 just came in, December net U.S. trailer orders, 57,300 units, almost 46% higher compared to November, and 115% more than were ordered in December of 2021. According to the January issue of ACT Research's State of the Industry Trailers Report. They say discussions in the last 30 days continue to indicate 2023 is not yet fully open. Despite OEMs expanding availability, Jennifer McNeely, Director of Commercial Vehicle Market Research at ACT Research, says supply chain concerns still linger. Some manufacturers sharing that the situation for some parts have actually deteriorated, and they see no short-term improvement in sight. Again, that's the supply chain issues. Now, regarding demand, most trailer makers continue to see demand exceeding capacity through the end of 2023. They can't make as many trailers as are being ordered. Now, some have mentioned a bit of an erosion in confidence, but they're quick to note, there hasn't appeared to be that lack of confidence in the form of cancellations of those trailer orders. But McNeely said that at 57,300 net orders, December of 2022 was the second highest month since they started record keeping in 1996. The year closed out with 361,500 net orders placed. Again, this is for trailers, exceeding the previous year's 249,400 level. I mean, well over 100,000 more. Now, she said approximately 306,000 trailers were built in 2022. So, somewhere in the vicinity of 55,000 orders that hadn't even been filled yet. And the projections point to a continuation of that upward trend in 2023. Now, as far as, again, truck, commercial trailer orders, it doesn't sound like the anticipation is a full-fledged recession, just based on that. Knucklebuster, what's happening on a Monday?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, let's get the important stuff out of the way. Tennessee told me to tell you hello when I called in. Don't ask me why she wouldn't get up and tell you yourself. So I guess she ain't getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning your time or 3 my time, right? Anyway, I got that out of the way. A meteorologist and an economist could swap jobs, and you would have just about the same amount of confidence about what come out of their mouth on either one of the jobs. I understand your snowstorm was a lot more than what they predicted.
Yes, sir. They didn't see it coming,
no. No, that's right. Well, I'm going to pick on you now. Friday, you said you was going to watch TB12 play, and then corrected yourself, meant Joe Burrow there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe's pretty good, but he's not the next TB12 yet. If he gets the right personnel around him, he could be the next TB12, or even better than TB12. We'll just have to see, right? Well, this is a thing for keeping the little one in your britches. We got a new drug-resistant gonorrhea. The first cases have showed up here in the U.S. That's a good thing for keeping a single relationship going, right?
100%, yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, Prince Harry, he wasn't impressed with Elvis Presley's Graceland. I thought we kicked them British out of here back in 1776 and 1812 too. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Harry and Meghan can go right on back over yonder on the other side of the pond. I can care less about them. And I know you talked about this, but Al Bohr was mocked as a clown for the Davis Ran on rain bombs and boiling oceans and the apocalyptic rivers there. Now, this was according to the article that I read. Now, since 1880, the global sea level has risen 8 to 9 inches between 1993 and 2001. The sea level has ticked ticked up 3.8 inches. So, I mean, I'm not worried about it. If it rises 10 foot down there in Miami, I ain't gonna care. I'm too far away from it there, right? And they said at that rate, it would take approximately 1,136 years for the world's sea level to rise 20 feet. So we know Al Bohr is full of more baloney than me.
More, right? Yeah, I was going to say more baloney than knuckle, but that's a lot of baloney.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, here's one of the groups that want you to park your truck at the truck stop. NATSO, North American Truck Stop Organization. They're behind the 30-minute break. They're behind the 10-hour break. They want you in there spending your money. That's what they want. I stock my truck up on the weekends at the house. I go down there with Tennessee, and we buy our stuff at one of the grocery stores, and then I put it in my truck. And I mean, I've got a little different situation. I don't park at truck stops. I go in there to fuel up. But most of the time, I just park on the customer's property, unload, reload, and then take care of my business, going back to the yard there. But if I need to take a nap, I just pull off on a ramp. I ain't going to be there that long anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And talking about them sports bar waitresses, let me tell you something. I got the best sports bar waitress in the world. She knows all about just about every sport. And she'll go bring me a beer. And if I need her to get topless, she'll even do that for me too, Steve. But she won't do it for nobody else there, right?
Okay.
I give you 3 guesses and 2 of them don't count who I'm talking about.
Better name begins with the T and ends as an E.
Yeah, you better believe it there. That electric boat, you better get you a set of paddles there in case that battery goes out there. You know, you can row your boat there, right? And I thought we already had electric boats. They call them trolling motors, right? Put a battery in the boat and that little trolling motor, and you just put it right on around. And I want to say this about President Biden and Vice President Harris and all of the congressmen and the senators and the representatives. Our biggest problem in this country is nobody, and them included, have no responsibility for your actions and no self-discipline. And that's all of my bull on it for this morning there. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right, happy Monday, because that's Captain Ron's favorite day of the week, as we all know. Yeah, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, good morning. Some of our listener friends checking in via email, as they would typically do on a Monday. Steve, back to the old grind. Right, morning, Steve, and the listeners out there. Hope everybody's weekend was relaxing. Ours certainly was. But it's time to pour the coffee, head into town, see what we can find in the trash today. Yeah, the snow will be paying us a visit throughout the morning. Everybody enjoy the day. There's Truckin' Phil. Happy Monday, Phil. Good morning. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. It's a mild 29 in Fort Wayne. Looks like we'll have a high right about the freezing mark. Yeah, 30 going to 35 in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. How about those Cincinnati Bengals? Joe Burrow, get it done all the way. We're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make that flip back once again. Here we go, Monday. Truckin' Phil on board. Semper Fi, Truckin' Phil. Safe travels up there. Is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger by chance?
Well, good morning. How are you this morning?
It is on a Monday. I'm doing fine. How about you? What's going on?
Well, I got home a little early so I could go watch them football games, and I tell you, the first one is about what I said. I figured Cincinnati would whoop them, but I didn't figure they I kind of thought it'd be a little bit more of a contest than what Buffalo put up, especially in that snow. I mean, hell, that's Buffalo's calling card. And then Dallas and San Francisco. Dallas needs to fire Dak Prescott. That antique needs to be bent. They had a quarterback that done a fine job sitting on the sideline, and after he'd have thrown that first interception, I'd have put his butt out, on the bench. That's my synopsis on the football. And them games Saturday, woo, boy, with them some beat downs. You hear me?
No, I didn't. Who got a beat down?
Saturday, let's see, who was that? Let's see, let me think who played now.
You had the Jaguars.
Chiefs and the Jaguars, and that was a one touchdown game. But that other one, that Philadelphia and
New York.
See, who was they playing? New York. Ooh, man, that was ugly. I don't even think New York showed up for the football game. It was that was ugly. But I figured New York would have put up a better fight than what they did. But hey, that's football. And I hope Jalen Hurts goes all the way to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to beat them 49ers. And I hate to say it, but I want to see them Chiefs blister Cincinnati.
Hey, wait a minute. Huh.
Hey, man, but Steve, did you watch that game, that Chiefs game Saturday?
I did not get to see that game, no.
Well, old Patrick Mahomes is a pretty standout sportsman. Does a lot for the community. I mean, he's just America's dream. I mean, he just you don't never hear him get in any trouble. He don't get out there and show out and everything else. But he got hurt in that game, and he took some pretty nasty shots. And he could hardly even walk. And why Andy Reid, knowing that he got to play Cincinnati next Sunday, and they put the backup quarterback in for one quarter, and he done a heck of a job. Why Andy Reid would risk Mahomes' health like that? That's about the stupidest thing I ever seen in my life.
Well, first of all, they
were talking about it.
They were probably expecting. They were expecting they were going to face Buffalo next weekend, not Cincinnati. I mean, what's all this controversy about? They were selling tickets or something for the Buffalo-Kansas City game, but the game. So I guess they got to give refunds on those now.
Yeah, I heard something about that during the game, but
yeah, but I mean, I heard that watching that game yesterday, the Bengals game. I think the commentator, what's his name, Tony Romo, used to be a Cowboy. Apparently, he had the same injury that Mahomes got. What do you call it? An upper shin sprain or something? And he said he was able to tape up and go out and continue playing in that game. But he said, like the next day and the day after that, he said he thinks Mahomes will probably damn near be on crutches by Wednesday of this week.
Right. That's what they say. He'll be on crutches. It's going to be real questionable. So, your boy, who they was or whatever, might be got a chance this time, but I got to say one thing, he soldiered on, but I just did not understand why they did that. I mean, it was painful to watch that game. But we got to go over here and unload in Columbia this morning, and we come on back to the house, and it's the last of duck season. We're gonna shoot duck in the morning. We're gonna shoot duck in the afternoon for the next 7 days. Duck season winds up, goes out the 31st, and the ducks are flying, from what I understand from my scouts, and we're going to pour it on them for the next 7 days.
All right, so I suppose
we
guess we won't hear from you for a few days. Well, enjoy, have a good time. Give us a ring sometime, though.
USA News Update. The suspect in Saturday's deadly mass shooting in Southern California is dead. Authorities identified the 72-year-old Asian man who they say opened fire near a Lunar New Year celebration at a dance studio in Monterey Park, leaving 10 people dead. At least 10 others were wounded. An apparent targeted attack at a Baton Rouge bar left at least a dozen people wounded by gunfire. 9 victims have non-life-threatening injuries, police say. One congressman says the U.S. should send at least one tank to Ukraine to push Germany to send its own fleet. Appearing on ABC's This Week, Texas Republican Michael McCall said Germany is waiting for the U.S. to take the lead. The matchups are set for the NFC and AFC championship games. The Eagles will host the Niners, who beat the Cowboys on Sunday night. The AFC pits Cincinnati against Kansas City. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search Glucodown, GLUCO, down.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
When you live in a little country town out of the way, you and all your neighbors learn to do an awful lot of things for yourselves, and you come to be very independent of as much outside help as is possible. because you just can't always pick up a phone and call somebody for help. You just got to do it your own self. So lots of times folks will just get real good at doing one thing or another, and they sort of specialize in that field. And that's the way it was with Chicken Watson. Chicken was the closest thing we had to a veterinary in our part of Long County, Georgia. He was called on all the time to fix up sick animals, and Chicken specialized in sick mules. I guess he knew more about sick mules than anybody that ever lived. We had a couple that lived there named Glenn and Clara Purdy. And Glenn was a seaman, and he'd be gone sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. He shipped out of the port of Jacksonville, Florida, second-class seaman. And one summer, when Glenn was off on a trip somewhere, one of his most prized mules got out in the onion grass and sour weeds and just had himself a feast. He swole up like a balloon. He was moaning and snorting. He's in pain, all bloated up real bad. And if you know anything about animals, you know that if when they get in that shape, you don't get them some relief pretty soon, they're going to die. Well, Clara come home from shopping in Ludowici, and that mule was in bad shape. He was down bad. Clara knew if that mule died, that she just better get shut of town because Glenn had fixed her clock. Glenn had raised more hell than 26 preachers at a Baptist prayer meeting. She went running out there. That mule was groaning and moaning. She opened up that barnyard gate and run in there, looked him all over, run around him in a circle a couple times. She balled up her little fist, and she hauled off and punched him in the side just as hard as she could and run over and jumped up on the fence and sat there. And nothing happened, so she come running back, and she balled up her little fist, and she give him another shot and run sit up on that fence. And the reason she was running to get up on that fence is because you don't want to be nowhere near a bad down mule if that gas pops loose. Now, you may think a paper mill smells bad or some of that Los Angeles fog, but you don't want to be anywhere in the same county with a mule if that gas pops loose. Anyway, she hit him, and she'd run and jump on the fence, and nothing happened except that mule got madder and sicker and furiouser. And Clara was in a panic. That mule was hurting, and Glenn was going to put the hurt on her if anything happened to that mule. She ran across the road where some folks had a telephone, and she called down the feed and hardware store looking for Chicken Watson, and he was there. He worked around there sometimes, and she got him on the phone, and she hollered at him, told him what the matter was, and he sort of tried to calm her down. Now, Clara's about half deaf, and she was shouting in one end of the line about what was the matter, and Chicken was shouting in the other end of the line, and that mule was moaning and braying and snorting out there, and things were going from bad to worse. And finally Chicken shouted, said, "Damn it, Clara, now shut up and let me tell you what to do." Clara was sniffling and crying and listening the best she could, and she shut up long enough for Chicken to tell her, and he told her, said, "You go out to the barn and you get 1.5 cups of turpentine, 3 cups of sorghum molasses, and 3 cups of that old sour dandelion wine that Glenn keeps out there, and you put it in one of them small crocks, and you mix it up real good, take it in the house, add about 1/2 knock of baking soda, put it in a pot and bring it to a 1/2 boil. You take it out there and you pour it in that mule, and you wait 5 minutes, and then you go over there and you kick him in the belly, right behind the ribs, as hard as you can, and you run like hell and get up on that fence." Clara said, "Chicken, I ain't about to pour that down that mule's throat. Now, I know Glenn is going to hurt me bad, but I'd rather have that happen than to lose 4 of my fingers from that mule chewing on it." Chicken said, "Clara, you ain't going to lose no fingers." Said, "You go out to the barn and you get that planting bugle and you run it down that mule's throat and pour it down in there." You know what a planting bugle is? A planting bugle is a long brass tube about 3.5 feet long, and it's got a bell on one end. It looks like one of them horns they blow in them old-timey movies when them knights come and go knock each other off their horses. It looks like, you know, them Robin Hood horns. And you use it, you hold it in your left hand, and you put that sack of corn or seed on your shoulder, and you hunch that seed, and them seed will go down in that bell, and they come out 1 or 2 at a time, and it spaces your crop. It's a planting bugle. It's got a flared in, sort of a funnel at one end. And when I was a kid, you could take that bugle, and the folks, the mamas and daddies around Long County, if you held your mouth just right and blew on it hard enough, you could get a blasting sound that you could hear for 1.5 miles. And in the late afternoon, you'd hear them planting bugles going off all over Long County, Georgia, folks calling the kids home for supper. Well, Clara run back across the road. She found the bugle. She got the crock. But like I told you, she's about half deaf, and she got the measurements all mixed up. She put in 3 cups of turpentine, She put a cup and a half each of sorghum molasses and green persimmon wine, and instead of a half a knock, which is when you knock a box of powder on the side of a pot, you just bump it easy and a little bit comes out, that's a half a knock. Instead of a half a knock, she put in a half a box of baking soda. And she put it on the stove and she brought it to a half a boil, which is when them little bitty bubbles start coming up out of the bottom of the pot. And she grabbed that pan, got that bugle, and she run out in the yard. But by the time she got there, that mule was in bad shape. He was dying. She had that pot in one hand and that planting bugle in the other. And she's crying and scared and excited, and that mule was down on his front knees with his forehead right flat on the ground. And she run around him in a circle trying to figure out how she's going to get his head up to get that bugle down his throat with his forehead flat on the ground, and she knew there wasn't no way to get it in there, so she just run around behind him and picked up his tail and drove it home. And she'd jiggle that bugle a couple of times, and she'd pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice, and finally got all of him. And she ran up and got on the fence, and she was sitting there, and she counted to 300 real slow. She got off that fence, she run over there and took her foot, and she like to punted that mule halfway out of the barnyard. She give him a shot, and she run back and got on the fence, and she hadn't no more got there than that mule just kind of levitated up off the ground. He just come up. That juice hit ground. It hit bottom. Them weeds that was causing that blockage just kind of dissolved. He jumped right straight up on the air. He let fly with that planting bugle. Boom! And he was gone down the road. Well, Clara had forgot to shut the barnyard gate. He went out that gate like he was on fire, hit that state road, made a right turn, and went down toward Big Will's Creek, and about every 10 steps he was letting fly with a blast on that planting bugle. Boom! Sound like an air horn. Well, now, Big Will's Creek is about 100 feet wide. And the mill had built one of them old hand-pulled barges to get the log trucks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. And they'd hired this old boy named Dude Barnes to stand there and pull them trucks back and forth across the creek. And Dude stayed in the little house right there on the bank of the creek, and when he'd hear one of them air horns, why, he'd go out there and he'd pull that old barge. He'd pull that old ferry over to whatever side of the creek he heard that horn blowing on. Well, it was late on a Saturday afternoon, and he was about half squashed on that old Pop Skull whiskey, and it was hot, and he'd been sitting there in that old house, and he heard that bugle blowing. Boom! He run out there and he started tugging on that barge, see? He was going to get it over there where that truck was coming, he thought. Well, meantime, there's a log truck coming in the other direction. And old Dude just kept coming, and that truck would blow his air horn, boom, out, and that bugle would blow from that mule, boom, out, and old Dude just kept tugging, getting that ferry over to the other side of the creek. That truck come around that curve and whoop, right into Big Will's Creek, because the barge was gone. About that time, Dude hit the other side of the creek, and here come that mule. He run right out to the end of that barge. He let fly with a blast on that bugle, and he took one jump, landed on his knees on the other side of the creek, stood right straight up, boom, and he was gone. We ain't never seen that mule again. Gone to Texas. Well, that log truck was underwater. An old Dude was just standing there with his mouth open, watching everything go on. And he got that truck driver out of that truck. Truck was a total loss. An old Dude and that truck driver is walking down the road cussing at each other. Glenn and Clara Purdy got a divorce. Ain't never seen that mule again. Truck driver got fired. An old Dude got fired too, because they figured any man that didn't know the difference between a log truck and a mule with a bugle up his butt didn't need to be running no ferry boat anyway.
we go. A little classic for the memories on a Monday. All right, a couple of other tidbits where we leave off there. I think Rambler forwarded this my way over the weekend. Rambler's been kind of anxiously anticipating, and I believe, didn't he say this is his last week? He's going to be running in and out of New Orleans. Just too many shady characters, as he put it. Too much crime, too much risk. So he's, like I said, anxiously anticipating not having to run into New Orleans anymore. But what he shared with me was from WVUE. Dateline New Orleans, brazen thieves crashing a truck into a New Orleans donut shop multiple times, attempting to steal the ATM. New Orleans police says the mayhem started at the Tasty Donuts. Last Tuesday, 2 unknown male suspects crashing a truck through the front of the store 3 times in a row, trying to get the ATM. In the surveillance video, the suspects can be seen peering through the shop's windows, spotting the ATM near the front door there. The suspects then entered a dark-colored truck parked in the parking lot. It drove it slightly forward, then accelerated rapidly in reverse, plowing through the front of the stores, sending a stand-up cooler from one side of the lobby to the other. That first collision managed to partly free the ATM from the bolts that fastened it to the floor. Yet one of the suspects tried to grab the ATM unsuccessfully. So they get back in the truck and they try again, ramming into the ATM. But this time, try number 2, they missed the mark. Again, one of the suspects gets out of the truck, tries to wrestle the ATM free to no avail. So that's a third time's a charm. A third violent crash finally knocks the ATM from its foundation. The suspects looking at the ATM and appeared to be kind of startled. Looked poised to flee the scene, but came back seconds later to hoist the ATM into the back of the pickup, which was severely damaged, and they took off. Apparently, there were employees that were in the back of the store making donuts when this was all unfolding. One of the employees is seen on the video walking up behind the front counter, bearing witness to the early morning calamity. I guess that's when they got startled, when somebody came to the front lobby there. This entire incident took about 3 minutes to unfold. About 30 minutes later, New Orleans police say the same suspects attempted to steal an ATM from a Regions bank 6 miles away. They were unsuccessful in that attempt as well. But at this point, they're on the loose. All they know is they're looking for a dark-colored black pickup truck with pretty significant damage. How difficult is it to get into an ATM? If you successfully get the whole damn ATM in the back of your pickup truck, it's got to be probably one heck of a job to cut into to actually get to the cash, if you can actually get to it. But it's not the first time it's been done, so I guess somehow or another there's a way to get into them. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know if you'd call it, would it be poetic justice? Maybe that would be the term. Many of us probably recall seeing the video of a teenager driving down an alley in an automobile and actually taking aim, ramming his car into a mother, and she was pushing her baby in a stroller. Remember that scenario out of L.A.? Yeah, video showed the mother jogging and pushing the stroller down the alley in the city of Venice when the car, obviously, intentionally, because he swerved to run into her. A bystander driving a truck crashed into the car to stop the vehicle, and other witnesses kept that suspect at the scene until police arrived. That was the hit-and-run case in August of 21 that led to national outrage after the George Soros-backed district attorney of L.A. County defended the lenient sentence that was given to that boy. He was 15 years old at the time, right? Yeah, Friday, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department revealed the same teenager had been shot and killed at his home in the city of Palmdale, which is also in Los Angeles County. Christopher Baca, whose identity had not been previously released because of his age, was shot in the driveway of his home about 8:30 in the evening. Sources tell Fox News Baca had been trying to flirt with a girl at a restaurant. After he walked off, a vehicle pulled up next to him. Passengers fired gunshots at the teen, killing him there. Now, the mother that had been run over by this guy tells Fox News she was
on one hand relieved, but also saddened by the death of the teenager who drove into her and her child. She said, "The universe delivered the justice that we were not given in court, but a much harsher punishment than he would have been dealt in a court of law." In her testimony before the court, she said that in the moment of impact, she thought her 8-month-old daughter had been killed. And yes, seeing the crash, which was caught on video, you would have thought she would have been. "I thought these were the last moments of our lives. We were dead." You know, that feeling, along with the memory of the car accelerating directly into us, will haunt me forever. The teenager, again 15 years old at the time, who had been under the influence of drugs during the attack, received a 5 to 7 month sentence in juvenile detention due to the lax prosecution guidelines enforced by what they call the progressive district attorney, George Gascon there. Gascon's office justified the sentence at the time by saying it was based on the facts and the law. But anyone who saw the actual video and the intentional act of, that was attempted murder. So I guess, as I said, I don't know, is that considered poetic justice, maybe? All right, one final tidbit here as we head down the home stretch on a Monday. As the buses of illegals or undocumented immigrants continue to roll into sanctuary cities around the country from Texas or Florida, New York City is temporarily turning a cruise ship terminal into a shelter and services hub for asylum seekers, according to Mayor Adams over the weekend, announcing the latest in a series of facilities the city has set up and sometimes shut down as they strain to handle the ongoing influx. The Brooklyn Cruise Terminal will have room, food, medical care, and other services for 1,000 single men until it reverts to the cruise business come next spring. According to the mayor's office, the first occupants will move from another relief center that's at a hotel right now, which will switch to accommodated asylum-seeking families and children. But Adams said our city is at the breaking point as he repeatedly pleads for state and federal assistance to address this influx of asylum seekers. Of course, some of them coming in from out of state, El Paso, Texas, for instance, where he's actually now declared, or they've declared, a state of emergency. All right, stick around. TNCRadio.live coming up. If you missed your keyword for the $1,000 daily driver bonus earlier this morning, today's keyword is Santa, as in Santa Claus, S-A-N-T-A. Enter that keyword at TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. It's very simple, and that's your opportunity to win a $1,000 in the daily driver bonus. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.